First, right when I started, nice. We're gonna go with this prompt today. I wonder if Vegan Gay is still on. Probably a lot of people in her stream. We are up on TikTok. Wish I could just is there a way to just share with a bunch of people at once, or do I just have to go through and click on everybody? Who's that person? I don't know who that is. Axel. And let's see here. Somebody to, oh, I can't invite anymore. Good morning, good morning. Waiting for a few people to come in here. Should I put my hat on or should I just leave my hair? I can't decide. Tradition is not a moral compass. I like that. Nice. The more I heal, the more I align with veganism. I agree. What do you guys think about, I forget exactly where it came from. There was some type of research that showed that a lot of vegans have experienced some type of traumatic event in their life. And I think that opens people's minds up to putting ourselves in the position of these animals. Yeah, progress over perfection. That is what my YouTube channel is called, Progress Over Perfection. Hair is very Jesus-like, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I think Jesus wished that he had hair like mine. Right, Daphne? She doesn't care. Okay, so trying to have some conversations here. I see there's a few people coming in. People probably just swiping by. Give it a few minutes. Hit the hearts. Let's try to get up to 1,000 hearts real quick, and then we should be able to bring up our first person. What's up, Ellie? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. What's up, Ben? Hi, TBV. How are you? IP28 did not go through. Well, that's unfortunate for all those animals. Why do you say that? Why do you think it's a good thing that it didn't go through? Why don't you come up and tell me about it? You think it would have caused more problems for the state? Economy shut down. Bro, why don't you come up and talk about it? Inform me a little bit about it, because I'm from the East Coast, so I've heard some things about it, but I don't actually know all the details. So why don't you come up and educate me on it a little bit, since it seems like you know about it. cool wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be able to. It was a petition. The guy that it didn't go through because the signatures. I will say this first. There were only actual like 13,000 signatures, and the guy needed like 117,000, but it didn't go through because the signatures were from other people from other state. They were trying to get the signatures from the state of Oregon. I'm from that state.
Right.
And so that was going to ban hunting, fishing, agriculture. I mean, it would have just caused more problems for ranchers. And it's leading to pew control too, as well, behind it.
Right.
And if you get a chance to look into it yourself as well. But it would have caused a problem because there's a lot of restaurants from California that buy the meat from Oregon. So it would have caused more of a business shutdown. And think about it. What would that do? It would cause more people to be homeless because of job loss.
Okay, so you realize this was like the same argument that people had for human slavery too? It says right here.
That's totally different.
How's that different? Job loss?
Because this is way, way, way different than. I don't see where the slavery would come into the picture on it.
I'm talking about job loss. That's the same thing that people were saying about that for humans, because there was a lot of people that made money off of it. There was a lot of it was just a big part of the economy, right? So people can find other jobs, right? Did he leave? I wasn't looking. Yeah, people can get other jobs. I just pulled it up here. It says that there was 142,000 signatures. So I don't know what he was talking about, saying there was only like 17,000 signatures or something like that. There's way more. It's literally called the Peace Act. It does say, I don't know if it would ban hunting and fishing. But I mean, I'll read this little paragraph here. It says, if enacted, IP28 would extend the legal protections that keep our companion animals safe to animals currently on farms, in research labs, and in the wild, which would then protect those animals from slaughter, hunting, fishing, and experimentation. Animal abuse in Oregon is already defined as the intentional, knowing, and reckless injury of an animal. IP28 doesn't change that definition. It simply changes who is protected under that definition. IP28 would also expand protections against animal SA by classifying both the that whole process of using those animals as SA, even when done for agricultural purposes. Under the current law, the same actions would count as SA if done for human beings' gratification. It's possible to meet all of our needs as human beings while simultaneously meeting the needs of the animals we inhabit the state with. Whether that looks like greater investment in plant agriculture, utilizing non-lethal wildlife management practices, or implementing non-animal methods for research, many alternative strategies already exist to choose from. We need 117,000 signatures, and it looks like they have almost 143,000 signatures. So I don't really know what he was talking about. He said it didn't go through. And honestly, in that part, I see absolutely nothing about controlling you know, self-defense weapons that you might own. Um, so yeah, it's just a little strange. What he was saying doesn't really line up with what I just found. I see Red Farmer's back. What's up, Chris? What's up, River? Somebody spamming some vegan steak emojis. That's cool. What's up, Reed? What are you saying there? That's like a incomplete sentence. Cats? Somebody's named Cats. So yeah, it's kind of strange when you think about it. Like in the farming industry, they literally have exemptions from like animal abuse laws because they want to say like we have to do this, we have to do this to feed people. Like Red over here is always saying this bullshit. Like I agree. If the whole world went vegan overnight, yeah, there would be tons of problems, right? Like it would be a very different very quick change, which yeah can lead to a lot of problems. But if we change slowly over time, like if one state changes and they start implementing all these things, or even smaller areas start taking these big steps forward, we can start funding some of these practices that aren't funded as much, um, specifically for like the wildlife management kind of thing. Instead of just going out there and hunting animals, but there's other alternatives. They're just not researched on like larger groups, and generally they're more expensive, just because they don't get the funding. All the funding goes to like hunting. So we need to redirect that money and work on those other alternatives, and eventually they'll be cheaper and they'll be better for all animals. So it's a little different. We have to change. We have to be a little bit. It's going to take a little bit of an investment to get it going, but we have the funds. We just need to redirect the funds. That's basically what I'm trying to say here. Looks like we have somebody else that wants to come up. Maybe not. Hunting helps the environment, but what about those individual animals? Happy, do you want to come up, or are you coming up? I don't know if my internet is not working very well. It was being weird yesterday. But you know what else would be good for the environment? If there was less humans. Do you advocate for less humans? Somebody says there's not enough vegetables to feed 8 billion people. Who eats only vegetables? I don't know anyone who eats only vegetables. And we grow plenty of food for plenty of people, and we can use a lot of that land more effectively to feed more people. Variety of food, like all the monocropping that there is with the corn and the soy, it's all to feed the animals that we exploit. We can be a lot smarter with what we're doing there. Gerald?
Vegan pussy. You eat pussy, and yes, vegan is eating pussy. No, don't try to mute me, you little bitch. Kick instead of muting, you fucking dumbass. Do you not know how to kick? Are you dumb? Are you mentally ill? You're fucking dumb. Come.
You're very triggered.
You're very retarded.
Thank you for staying up here long enough for me to block you. Goodbye.
Yeah, good.
Alright, next person. He had a picture, a profile picture of like somebody that looked older than me. It's funny. It's either using your dad's account or just like taking a fake picture. That's so crazy. Little kids taking, maybe they're creating accounts with older people, or they're just using their parents' phones or whatever. It's pretty wild. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whatever your sexual preference is, like that's, you know, not really what we're up here to talk about. Um,
Hey, how's it going?
what's up, Justin?
Nothing much.
Do you know what veganism is?
Yeah, it's where you only eat meat, right?
Where you only eat meat? I think you're a little bit
Like a penis.
oh, you're just up here to troll. You sound like an adult, but you want to act like a kid.
I don't care how old I sound.
Well, I mean, I'm not gay and I'm vegan, so are you gonna be vegan now? Oh, somebody kicked him, or did he just drop? Well, we're off to a really shitty start this morning. We have another guest that wants to come up. Oh, we have a few now. Let's see. What's your name? Republican?
Hey, buddy, you look like you're 15 years old.
I look like I'm 15 years old? I mean, I guess I'll take that as a compliment, because I'm way older than that, but thanks.
Hey, this guy's a minor doing a TikTok live. He needs to get banned right now. He is a minor,
man.
and he's trying to do a TikTok live.
Definitely not a minor. I'm over twice the age that you're putting out there, so. The Republican debater. The Republican debater. He just wants to come in and say some stupid ass shit. Well, you're blocked anyway, so. That's crazy. Many adults that want to just be trolls. It's kind of weird. All right, Justice, you were here the other day. He just skipped everybody. If you send like a gift or something, you'll jump right up to the top. So, what's up, Justice?
I don't think you look 15. Your beard looks fabulous, and your hair. So,
thank you. I appreciate that. So how are you doing?
I'm not here to argue for sure. I just want to bring up one thing to you, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a Christian. I just want to start with that. And there's a verse in the Bible, and the Bible's written a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And it speaks about in the latter times some things that'll be going on. It talks about some will depart from the faith. It talks about seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. It speaks about lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, stuff like that. And you get to verse 3, and it comes to a section that's pretty much fits today's times, where it says forbidding to marry. You know, who gets married nowadays? That's kind of a old school thing. You know, your grandparents got married. They stuck through it. Thick or thin, till death do you part, right? And nowadays, people don't get married. They just go have the smecks and see how that is, live together without even knowing each other, and then they find out later they're not compatible and they divorce or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's one after that where it says after the forbidding to marry, and these are all talking about things that'll happen in the latter times. One of them was forbidding to marry, and the next one was and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. Now, I mean, that's, for me, that's just what it says. In the latter times, you know, when I grew up, I'm 62. There were people that preferred not to eat meat. You
Yeah.
know, they were vegetarians, maybe for a health reason, I don't know, but different reasons.
Yeah.
And, but they never commanded you. You know, they never wanted to really make laws. They just didn't like meat. Maybe they thought it was cruel and all of those things.
Yeah.
But they didn't command people. And this movement of the vegans, they're really commanding, and they want to make laws.
Yeah.
So I just have to go with that, brother. I'm not against you.
Yeah.
I was just wanted to bring a point out that this book was written a long time ago.
Right.
And
Yeah, I
it
agree.
says there will come a time when people won't get married and they will command you to abstain from meats.
Yeah.
So that's really all I can go with, friend.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not
No,
against
I
you.
appreciate you coming up.
But I'll be honest
and-
with you, I do not like the commercial the way they do that. When I see the commercials
know.
of the cruelty that goes on in that, brother, it makes
Yeah.
me just as sick as it does you. I
Yeah.
promise you it does.
I remember talking to you the other day. I appreciate you saying that. So, do you think that maybe in that book you're talking about, there was somebody that was thinking ahead, like, you know, maybe in a couple thousand years we might not need to consume animals, and they were thinking that, you know, maybe you should be on that side where you're speaking up for the animals and letting other people know that we have other options. Like, nobody's commanding you, right? We're just talking to people like yourself that are open-minded, that agree that animal abuse is wrong, and, you know, there's no way to feed 8 billion people animals without treating them like garbage. You know what I mean? So
Yes, sir.
yeah, so if you think about it from
You know, let me ask you something. Would you disagree? Say, I had some chickens, and I treated them as well as a chicken could be treated. They're heated, have air conditioning, everything, and my chicken walks across the yard and lays an egg
yeah,
and keeps walking. It's just going to leave it out there. In your mind, would that be wrong for me to pick that egg up and as maybe it was a gift from the chicken and
Sure.
said, here's you an egg, and then I go cook that egg? In your mind, would that be cruel and wrong?
I think that we need to think of the whole picture. So, like, where did the chickens come from? What's going to happen to them when they stop producing eggs if people are taking their eggs from them? You know what I mean? If you rescue a chicken from, like, whatever situation, and we're taking care of them, and, you know, they lay a bunch of eggs, and you're feeding some of the eggs back to them, you're doing whatever you can to get them to produce less eggs. You know, you're going to keep them for their whole entire life. Even when they stop producing eggs, you're still going to treat, you know, you're going to treat them as like part of the family or whatever, like we do with our dogs and our cats. Then, like, it's, you know, that's different than if you're buying chickens from a hatchery just so they can produce eggs, and then after you take their eggs from them, and then you're just going to, like, sell them, and somebody's going to turn them into a sandwich or something. Do you agree, like, there's a difference there? Are you there, Justice?
That was such a treasured memory I have of learning, of my grandfather taking me out in the woods and learning to hunt game. And they had a golden rule. If you took anything and just left it laying there, I mean, you were accursed. You were dogged. If you didn't follow the rules of game and fish department,
Yeah.
they would turn you in. I mean, these weren't just people that just went out there, ha ha ha, like they did in the Old West when they were in the trains and seeing the buffalo out there. How sickening was that? That makes me sick to see chicken trucks driving down the road when it's 100 degrees in those
Yeah.
aluminum containers, or the cattle. Any of those things, brother, that makes me sick. But
Yeah,
do
me
I
too.
look at it different when I go out and hunt and I make a good shot on an animal? And if that animal suffers and I walk up there and I'm seeing it suffer, dude, I feel horrible. You don't understand. I'm not laughing at it.
Yeah, no,
and
I
going,
agree.
suffer, you stupid animal. It makes
hear
me
you.
sick to my gut. I have a sickening feeling when I don't make a clean shot. I don't
So-
shoot wildly. I make sure, and I have corn they're going to be eating when I take them. I don't want them to take a chance of them running off while I'm trying to make us.
So I think you're cutting out a little. I agree that hunting is, less bad than farming animals.
I only eat
right?
fresh chicken eggs. I don't buy from the stores.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But like we have other options.
But I do see you guys' point.
You don't have to eat eggs,
I do.
right?
One guy thought of birth control for the deer. I thought, dude, if you come to Alabama and say we're going to give birth control to the deer, they're going to laugh you out of this state. You know what I mean?
I mean,
But we've taken their land. We've taken their land. They're predators. I understand all that. So to keep them alive, we must harvest them. You have to understand it. There's a place over here called Oak Mountain. It's a place they're not allowed to hunt. People come over there and swim and have parks and trails, but you can't hunt there. Well, once they opened this park, in about 12 to 15, 20 years went by. Now you drive through there at night, you can't cross the road. There's so many deer. They're skinny. They're overpopulated. The deer that are, say, 7 years old,
all right,
they weigh 120 pounds. They should weigh 180 pounds.
I hear you.
We're starving them there.
We're gonna move on to the next person because I'm trying to keep the conversations really short. I appreciate you coming back.
I appreciate you though, brother, and I do feel for you. I do understand of some of what you're saying. I hate the commercialization. I do.
Yeah.
So at least we stand together there.
Yeah, I hear you there. Give me a follow. Come back and check out Animal Justice 21 and just keep thinking about the animals. The animals. Think about it from their perspective. Okay.
I wish I could show you my two laying here. They're as spoilt as I mean.
Yeah.
And I love animals, brother. So I feel you. But have a blessed day.
Yeah, you too. So he was talking about giving chickens their best life, and I think giving a chicken their best life would be, rescuing them, doing the same thing that we do with our companion animals, rescuing them, letting them live their whole life, doing whatever you can to keep them from laying eggs, feed their eggs back to them. There's all these things that we can do. Like, I wouldn't take an egg from a chicken because I don't need to. There's other things that you can do with the eggs that would probably be better, but it's kind of objectifying an animal in that case when you're taking things from them. So hopefully he looks into the resources and learns a little bit more. Some of the things that he says, he sounds like he should be vegan, but then he goes into the hunting, and there are other ways like the birth control for wild animals to kind of regulate the population better. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's there's not a ton of funding into that, and it's not been researched on a larger scale. So maybe Justice can advocate for that and try to document it, like do it in a specific area and document it and help that research and advocate for funding that a little bit more and make it more viable as an option. Just went through like several guests here we had lined up, and none of them are here anymore, so we need some more people. So request up if you think you know what veganism is. Come up and tell me. Let's see who's over here. VPM, what's up? Neil, Jason, appreciate you all being here. Yeah, it's Justice is a little hard to talk to because he wants to just kind of preach a little bit, and he doesn't. I think he needs to like listen a little bit more. Listen to himself, even. He was saying he's against animal abuse and against the way that animals are treated. So if we have options to treat them better and not even hunt them, then maybe we should be choosing those options, right? What's up, Captain? Is that a cat?
Not much, yeah. Yes, that was my cat.
Oh, that's cute.
That was my cat called Sammy. He passed away, well, just not too long ago, but he was a good boy.
So do you know what veganism is?
Yeah, but you don't eat like animal byproducts. You don't eat like eggs, or any kind of meat or anything that. I don't even think. A lot of times you won't even drink milk.
Right. Yeah. So like, I don't eat dogs. Like, I have a dog next to me right now.
No.
She's like my baby girl. We don't eat cats, right? It's not a diet.
You're not like Donald Trump and his Somali immigrants that are eating the pets. Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, we don't eat any animals or any animal byproducts, just like you said. But it's not a diet, okay? So veganism is a stance against animal exploitation. So we reject exploitation as much as we can through all of our choices. So that includes a plant-based diet, okay? And then it includes like not wearing animals, not using them for any testing. Not using them for entertainment. It basically means that we make decisions about animals in the best interest of the animals.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So, are you vegan?
As best we can.
As best we can. Yeah.
No,
So it sounds like you kind of align with those values.
I'm trying to become more vegetarian.
Yeah.
To start with, and I just have a hard time doing that because I've got a grandson who doesn't like veggies, so I need to, do for me and do for him. And I got a daughter who basically can't eat much of anything because she's whatever condition she has. She can't eat a whole lot. She can't eat a whole lot of things.
Yeah.
That's,
so
very difficult for that.
most people only eat like the same 5 animals. There's tens of thousands of plants that you can eat. So when you stop viewing animals as products or as food, you actually start to explore all the different plants that you can eat, and you'll have more options. You'll literally have more options, right? So
I've been looking at things like that because I've got I have some health conditions, and I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be eating that. Like I know like Kiwan has high protein. We've got like soy, and you have soy. You can get soy milk, you get almond milk, you get coconut milk.
Yeah.
And all of those, they have other benefits other than just regular, animal milk. And some of them I actually like. Like soy milk. I'll drink that.
Yeah,
but I've
soy
also
milk's
heard
great.
that sometimes too much soy can drop your testosterone a little bit, or has something else involved. I forget what it was when I read that.
That's actually misinformation. It doesn't do that. Doesn't do that at all. Soy milk has a lot of protein. It's good. It's good for the environment if you care about that compared to some of the other plant milks. I really like walnut milk. If you can ever get walnut milk, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's got really good healthy fats in there, and it tastes really good. So that's one that I suggest to people to try. Like there's so many options. There's like hemp milk, flax seed milk, macadamia milk, walnut milk. Like I said, like there's so many options. And then like there's coconut.
I never heard of hemp milk before. That's would be a good thing because hemp, you can get like 3 crops of hemp per year in the right conditions. Just like why they stopped growing hemp because the paper industry said you can't be doing that anymore, and so we kind of went away from that. But hemp's a good product. I said because it regenerates itself, I guess, or whatever it does. But I said you can get 2 or 3 crops of hemp per year, and you can just keep growing and never have to worry about feeding your grass and grain, which is taking away water from the western United States, because they want to send all that alfalfa over across the seas to China, and all that water that they spend growing the alfalfa could be used for growing other things.
Yeah, exactly.
In southern, down in California.
So what do you think about like wearing animals? Like, do you wear any leather or wool, or fur or anything like that?
I don't worry. I think I have a leather belt, and that's all I have. I think as far as animal products go, I think I have a leather belt. And other than that, my shoes, I wear daily shoes. They're imitation leather, or they're man-made product. And I don't wear wool. I haven't worn wool in years, and that was just my socks. But you shear a sheep, so you're not actually killing them. And
you don't have to kill the sheep to get the wool. Same thing with like milk and eggs, right? You don't have to kill that animal to get those products. But in those industries,
but you have to keep the cow basically pregnant.
Yeah.
To enjoy the benefits of having that milk.
Yeah, so they're still exploited, right? And then when they stop producing whatever we're taking from them, we just sell them for meat or whatever and just turn them into another product. So we're making those decisions in our best interest, and it negatively impacts these animals, right? So we need to flip that, and we need to make these decisions in their best interest, without any negative impacts to them, right? Whether even if it takes us a little more time or it costs a little bit more money, we can still improve those processes. Are you open to learning more? Can you go to Animal Justice 21 and sign up and learn a little bit more about living vegan?
I can. Do I have to follow you?
Yeah, give me a follow and come back in a couple of days. Let me know how it's going. So Animal Justice 21 has 21 days. It's like a 21-day ethical reflection challenge.
My mother's calling me.
It's all right. I'll drop you so you can take your call. It's a 21-day ethical reflection challenge. There's a paragraph for each day, basically, or a couple small paragraphs. It explains why we view animals the way that we do, the different types of exploitation, goes through different animals, different products that we turn them into or things that we take from them. And then just has a couple of questions for you to reflect on your relationship with animals. There's no right or wrong answer. You go to the first day, answer the questions. It'll unlock the next day for tomorrow. So you have to come back every day for 21 days to complete the whole thing. There's a lot of resources there about nutrition if you need help creating like a plant-based diet plan. There's a nutritionist and a dietitian if you do have some health concerns. Like I think he was saying his daughter or himself, they have some health concerns. You can talk to a dietitian about it. And then there's resources for a ton of different things. Basically, there's a vegan fitness coaches as well. You can apply for a scholarship there and work one-on-one with like a bodybuilding vegans. So it's a great resource if you want to learn more. Let's bring up the next person. Bad Wolf, are you here? We had Cool Wolf earlier, and now we have Bad Wolf. Doesn't look like they're here anymore. We only have a couple of requests, so if you guys want to come up, request, and you will come up very soon. Who else is over here? What's up? Brett? J-Pot? Lori? What's up, Zara? Reed, you're still here. Why don't you come up? We can talk. I went through those few requests and they're all gone again. I think people just like pop in and they request and then they leave and they don't come back. That makes no sense. You have to be 18 or older to come up. I want to talk to adults that are open-minded. I don't want to talk to any trolls. I don't want to talk to any kids. Let's actually have like a discussion. Let me know if you know what veganism is. What's up, Alicia? I hear all the dogs outside. Can you guys hear the dogs barking? The puppies are out there barking. So that was a good conversation with Captain Midnight there. I hope he looks into the resources and then comes back and lets me know how it's going. I think Reed is a child. Might be. Yeah, some people are throwing out some people that are like vegan or plant-based athletes. There's so many. So there's actually a higher percentage of athletes that are plant-based than regular people. It's somewhere around like 10%. Like 10% of athletes are plant-based or vegan, and like 2% of regular people are vegan. So as a percentage, there's like 5 times more athletes that are plant-based. It's like, why do you think that is? We need some more guests. Somebody request up. I'm gonna start inviting people. Let's see. Who else is here? I can see some other people that are here. What's up, Brian? What's up? Not Morgan's here. Grandpa's here. The music man. Morgan's here. Carl's here. Food vibrations. Tomato loves vegan meat. Nice. There you go. All the meat emojis are vegan. Did you know that? So when you spam the steak there, it's a vegan steak. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 18. I was born 2008, January 18th.
Okay, do you know what veganism is?
Yeah, so I would be vegan, like, because I do think it's, like, a healthy way of living. But, like, Goda said that you should eat raw liver. Like, you never wanted chocolate. What you actually did want is raw liver, And you never wanted to play video games. What you actually did want is to hunt. So I have to eat raw liver now, or else I'm, like, just going to, like, end up in the ground.
All right. Yeah, that's what do you think that you're getting from a raw liver that you can't get from a plant-based diet?
Well, you know what? Goddess is always saying that raw liver and raw meat in general, like, it's really good for you, and it's better than eating just, like, grass, because that won't give you any nutrients. And basically, like, yeah.
So who are you talking about? Who are you saying that is telling you this stuff?
So it's a YouTuber named Goddess.
A YouTuber?
Like, yeah.
What are their are they just a YouTuber that's telling you this misinformation, or do they actually have like any degrees or certifications to give like information?
Well, yeah.
Like, go ahead.
So basically, he's like, sorry. he's very like educated, and I mean you can just like see he's very healthy and he looks very young for his age, and like his organs are very healthy, like they're peak, you know. So like he's at peak health, and he's shown like that he's at peak health, like his stats and stuff. So basically, I just feel like I should follow him because the only like it's like I see the vegan teacher and stuff, and she looks withered versus him, and he's at like peak health. So
Okay, so I'm also in peak health. So why don't you just follow me then?
well, yeah, but I mean, like I just now like met you. Like I didn't know you. Like you're not a YouTuber.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a YouTuber also. So I'm probably healthier
Well,
than like I regularly test my blood, right? I'm healthier than like 95% of people. So I consider myself pretty athletic. Um, but yeah, so like how do you feel about exploiting animals though? So like let's say you can get all the nutrition that you need, and you can be healthy, you can be an athlete, you know, whatever you're trying to do. Do you think that if you have another option besides exploiting animals, then maybe we should be choosing those options?
I mean, I understand that. Like I do. Like I love it. Animals. So I do understand. It's sad that they're being killed and exploited, but like I'm not gonna lie. Even if I were to stop eating them, like they would still be getting killed and exploited. So like if it's good and it's healthy and it has protein, like then I don't see how like I understand if I stopped and like everyone collectively like everyone decided to stop, they'd probably stop killing them. But realistically I don't think that's gonna happen like ever. Like so I mean if they're already being killed and like they're already in the stores, I don't think buying them like it's contributing, but I don't think it's like I don't think that's the problem. Or like where it
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah,
like how are they gonna fix anything?
some people say that. Here's a link here I just put in there. You can go check out your impact when you're buying animal exploitation products. When you like, obviously, when you buy animals' body parts at the store, they're already dead, right? But when you buy that you're telling them, yes, please do more of this, right? So when they get your money, they're gonna take that money and they're gonna use it to unalive more animals in your name.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but also like it is optimal to have like the primal diet, which the primal diet includes like raw meats and raw liver. And so, you know, if you want it to be in optimal health and you want optimal like to be like super athletic and stuff, like I feel like, you know, you have to have the primal diet, and the primal diet has raw meat in it, or else
All
I
right,
would stop
no,
eating.
that's false. So we already talked about that. I'm also in very like optimal health. Um, there's a lot of other people that are optimal health. I was just talking about athletes. There's like 5 times of a percentage of athletes that are on a plant-based diet. Why do you think that there's, compared to regular people that aren't athletes, why do you think that there's a 5 times higher rate of professional athletes that are on a plant-based diet? Like they've figured it out,
Well,
right?
I think that probably is true, and probably because that's like better, like not better, but like that's also really good for you. But it's just that like I do trust Goddess with my life, and Goddess also like you know promotes like raw meat. So
All right. Well, just keep learning more because that guy's full of shit. Stop exploiting animals.
yeah, you should.
It sounds like
Okay, I will look up the link that you said you put in the chat, and you should look up Goddess. He's really against like plant-based diets, but I'm not really against that. I just also
cult.
you know Goddess like I'm not in a cult. Goddess doesn't know me. He's a famous YouTuber, but like you know I just think that he's also like he's in such optimal like health, like, and he's in his prime and his peak like his diet and his health, that like since he's promoting like that raw stuff, like that all of that meat, everything, that like I just kind of have to, like, it's the same reason like instead of playing video games that I go out to hunt, and you know I don't usually find anything, but like I just go out, like I don't hunt like animals. Like I just go out to hunt, you know. Like sometimes I just roll around in the dirt, and
Yeah, go out in the woods with a camera and shoot pictures of animals instead of hunting them, taking their life. You know, you were talking about you know, it's horrible for these animals. If you can have the same nutrition, right, peak nutrition or whatever you're trying to do, and one product has exploitation behind it and the other one doesn't, why would you not choose the one without the exploitation? It sounds like that's where your values are, but you sound like you want to be a hypocrite, which is like a really weird position to take. You say one thing, but your actions are saying something else. So you have a little bit of work to do there. Yeah, and it does sound like you're in a cult. People want to say veganism is a cult. Oh man, the primal diet cult is scary. Primal diet is not optimal. Husker, you were here the other day, right? I recognize your name. Hello. Rebecca. Oh, she's gone. We need more guests. User wants to come up again, this last person. You can talk until we get another request.
Okay, so basically, I just want to.
Or if one of the mods ends up kicking you, you might end up getting kicked if you keep saying dumb things.
You never wanted chocolate. What you actually did want is raw liver, and you never wanted to play video games. You actually did want to hunt. Like that's what you actually want, you know. And he really like helps you see that's what you actually wanted, you know. Because sometimes you don't know what you actually want, and it's hard to like understand that.
So you need somebody else to tell you what you want.
Well, not really. Like I already knew I wanted that, like deep down, but I just needed
to
hear that to
animals?
really make it like. No, I don't exploit animals. I just want to be in optimal health, like and have the primal diet and be in peak health, you know. And Goddess is definitely. Sorry, I don't need fiber to that comment. I eat a lot of fiber, don't worry.
If you're not eating fiber, you're probably not in peak health. We have another guest, so I'm gonna bring somebody else up. You can come back up later, user, and we can talk again. Just go try to learn some more, and stop listening to that guy. All right, and this person's not here. It's really annoying when people request up and then they don't come up. Literally within like 10 seconds. They just requested up and then they're gone. Ricky Bobby, we talked the other day, didn't we? Do you want to come up? He's got 2 first names. I don't know if I made a note of you. Ricky Bobby. I recognize your name though. Yeah, user, go look up the resources there. There's if you like to watch YouTubers, go to Animal Justice 21, go to the community page. There's like dozens of vegan content creators there. You can subscribe to their channels, find one that you really connect with, and you can learn a lot from them. Virtue Postmortem is one of them. She was here. She has a great channel. Go follow her. Go follow them. Sorry, I'm really bad at pronouns. Go follow them, and you can learn a lot from them. and plenty of other content creators too. Like I said, there's dozens of them. What's up, Vegan Anthem? Dopest Ghost. Come up and let's have a conversation, because that's kind of a crazy claim there.
Sure. Are we gonna have a conversation, or are you just gonna preach?
No, I'm here to listen to people.
All right. I truly want to know how you're different than any white supremacist. And allow me to elaborate on this thesis is, do you understand how many animal byproducts are in things? I mean, the phone you're using right now is non-vegan.
That's not true.
You refuse to give it up.
That's complete misinformation.
No. You said you were going to have a conversation.
Yeah, but you can't say misinformation. You're going to get the live restricted for misinformation.
The phone you're using right now is non-vegan.
That's not true. That is not true. That's not true. At one point, possibly like decades ago, there might have been some type of animal product in like the glue or something like that. But nowadays, it's been all completely replaced with synthetic or plant-based stuff. People say this all the time. So there was somebody up here the other day that was like, I can't be vegan because I take insulin, and they get it from a pig. Like, they used to at one time decades ago. That's not how it's done anymore. It's all outdated. It's not efficient, and it's been replaced with better options. So same thing with your phones. You know, there might be some form of human exploitation behind certain products, but there's not animal products in a phone now. Everybody's phones, they're all like water resistant. Like those animal based glues or whatever, if they were using that, your phones wouldn't be water resistant. There's a bunch of reasons behind it, but I don't know if you've been talking this whole time, but you've been muted, so you need to unmute yourself if you want to say something. It's probably still talking.
You didn't mute me. How nice.
I didn't mute you. One of the moderators, they're going to mute you again. You can't come up here and spread misinformation. I'm here to listen and have conversations, but when you come up here and you just start spewing nonsense, you're going to get muted, you're going to get corrected, or you're just going to get dropped. So, unmute yourself and let's have a conversation. Go more into the white supremacy kind of thing. Do you know that most vegans aren't white, or like the fastest growing like group of vegans is not white people? You have to unmute yourself if you want to talk. Go ahead.
You keep muting me. I'm not the one muting me.
I'm not muting. I'm not muting you.
Are you white? See how they won't answer these direct questions? Are you white?
Yes, I'm white. What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, shocker. Why don't we ever see these fucking black and brown people you all talk about on Facebook Live or TikTok Live? We don't. It's always white supremacists, because that is what you believe. You want to push your agenda exactly like they do. You want to force people to live under your regime. You want
your regime, the white regime,
for anyone else's culture but your own. You are white supremacists. This is who you are at your core.
That's wild.
That's why you support a caste system. Veganism comes out of India. This is who you people are. Have you ever been to India? You ever see how they treat each other? This is how you treat everyone. You're white supremacists. You're not on the left. We do not claim you. You're fucking Nazis.
All right, Zach wanted to say something.
I wanted to say that it's a misconception anyway. Animals are hurt for phones, not for like every piece of the phone, but they are indirectly hurt from lithium mining and some of the environmental stuff that comes with it.
Sure.
But veganism isn't about perfection, and that's where a lot of, misconnect comes from. It's about reduction and doing what you can. And just because an animal is going to die indirectly somehow, it doesn't justify you killing billions of them on purpose. You reduce where you can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was well said. Yeah, I think somebody kicked him. It's about the direct exploitation of these animals, right? So just like you said, some animals, like, unfortunately they get unalived in crop fields, but like you don't have to go out of your way to unalive animals to grow crops. Like, these systems can be improved, right? You don't have to farm animals and unalive animals to make a phone. Like, sure, like,
Exactly.
somewhere in the process, in the supply chain, there's going to be animals that are going to be harmed somehow. Like, but it's not like we're going out of our way to do that. It's not a requirement.
They like to bring up pesticides a lot and say that, vegans still have blood on their hands because these animals are dying, without understanding that it's still less, because you won't be killing the billions of animals used for meat consumption and production. And then you will also grow less crops because you're not feeding those animals anymore, and the crops are going directly to you. So then there's less pesticides and less small animal deaths and less insect deaths. And not only that, but long term, it is possible to farm without using pesticides. Indoor vertical farms exist.
Yeah.
The problem is powering them. And if we ever switch to nuclear energy, we would have the means to power them easily. And then there would be no pesticide deaths. So it's possible. It's not inherent to the process. To get meat, you have to harm or kill the animal. Like, you can't take the meat off of its body without hurting it, unless you're talking about lab grown meat. But like, it's intrinsic to the process of doing it. Harvesting crops, there's the animal deaths around pesticide use are preventable. Pesticides are used because they're cost efficient, not because it's the only way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. It all comes back to the money, unfortunately. But like you were saying, the indoor vertical farms, you can have like veganic indoor vertical farming. You can farm way more plants in a vertical farm, like in some type of indoor farm, than you would be able to out on a field. Like, it uses so much space. We need to just bring the cost down. As we do it more, the cost will come down. And then, yeah, you were talking about the energy. Like, there's other things that we can do, and we can improve.
Yeah.
Besides, like, just out there just unaliving animals because
the big thing is just the whataboutisms. They love to bring it up and say you're a hypocrite, or what about this? You, like, the phone you use, like, the clothes you wear, must be doing your best. Not being perfect.
Yeah, and I don't know what that guy was talking about, white supremacy and like Nazis and stuff like that. That's kind of crazy. If anything, people that are exploiting animals are human supremacists and speciesists. So we have another guest up here, a ghost. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm over 18.
Cool. Do you know what veganism is?
A plant-based diet.
Can you
I'm sure a whole bunch of other stuff.
Can you
But
turn
I have a question, brother.
Can you turn the music off while we talk? I can't really hear.
Yeah. I'm actually leaving where the speaker was at.
Okay.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Can I explain what veganism is? Because you're kind of right. The plant-based diet is a big part of living vegan. But veganism is an ethical stance against animal exploitation. So we choose not to eat animal flesh. We choose not to eat eggs or milk or honey or anything that comes from an animal. And we choose not to wear their skin or their fur or anything like that, right? and then we choose other products that are cruelty-free that weren't tested on animals. Does that sound like that kind of aligns with your values?
Yeah. That's I mean, I don't know if it aligns with my values, but that's what I do. I eat meat, and if I see a nice shirt that might have some animal skin or something, then I'll probably buy it. But I have
Why?
a question, bro. Why is a carnivore diet so beneficial for us?
It's not. It's an elimination diet. It's beneficial for people that eat a lot of processed food and then don't track what they're eating. They don't pay much attention to what they're eating, and then they go on a carnivore diet and they eliminate a lot of the processed stuff. And you know, they're eating a little bit more aware, so it can be a beneficial diet for some people. But what about the animals? Like, you can do the same thing on a plant-based diet and respect animals at the same time.
I value humans. I don't value animals like how I would value a human. Because
that's fine. I value humans too, to a certain extent.
Animals were put on this earth for humans. I mean, even the animals don't value each other because we have carnivore.
Yeah, you should be a little bit more aware, though, right? Like we're generally smarter than.
I said you're like a person.
We're generally smarter than other animals, right? We're more intelligent. We should be able to recognize that we can show compassion to them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they don't even show compassion to each other, so.
It's not about what other animals do, right? Other animals do, like, the worst things you can think of, animals are out there doing to each other. We would never say, well, like, those animals are doing that, so it's okay for me to do this, too, right?
So let's just say this, right? What we eat is called livestock. So that's pigs and sheep, cows, chickens.
We've labeled them.
So let's just say we let let's just
dogs,
say we stop
cats,
farming.
In some places, they're livestock too.
Oh well, not here in America, I hope.
So what's the difference?
I hope not. Hold on. I was about to get to my point, but I was interrupted. Okay, so let's say, for example, when a wild pig gets let loose, they become wild boars, and wild boars are fucking they're not good for the environment. You know what I'm saying? They are destroying the environment that they're in, destroying the food chain, destroying the ecosystem in some way. I'm not sure how much. I know they're destroying the food chain, and they're just becoming nuisances to wherever they roam. So let's say let's say, which I'm sorry to say, but you will never succeed in changing the whole world into becoming vegans or whatever, because
I'm talking to you though. Why are you not vegan? It has nothing to do with wild pigs or anything like that. Like, that's something else also completely different. Like, sure, we should.
If you wanted to just stop eating pigs and stop eating cows, then they would just roam freely.
No, they wouldn't. That's not what vegans are advocating for.
So what's the all-time goal then for you? If we're gonna stop killing animals, what happens to the animals?
They wouldn't be here.
Keep living and keep reproducing where? In farms? Why would they be in farms? Why would people be taking care of animals if we're not gonna use them?
Hold on. Veganism is anti-breeding. We would stop breeding these animals. We'd take care of the animals that are here, but eventually they just wouldn't be here anymore. We've selectively bred these animals to basically be disabled animals. They grow up and they have all types of issues. They suffer their whole life. So we should try to eliminate them, and not by taking them out, but like stop breeding them. Does that make sense? They're not going to be like running around in nature messing up the environment or whatever.
No, that's what wild boars do, bro. That's what wild boars do.
That's fine. I'm all for environmental, like taking care of the environment and stuff like that.
Are massively hunted. That's why they're massively hunted here.
Yeah, we
in
don't need to
America. I'm
hunt
not
them
sure why
though.
exactly, but-
We can use other options, right, to control the population. Like I'm all for that too. I'm not for just like rewilding areas and letting animals go and do whatever they want to do. I'm for managing the environment. Like we should do that. We should try to keep a balance in things. We should. I think that we should try to reduce wild animal suffering and things like that as well. Not by taking animals out, but we should try to manage it better. But that really has nothing to do with you being vegan. Why are you going out of your way to exploit animals when you don't have to?
Well, why do our teeth have 4 canine teeth in them? What are those canine teeth for?
You can look these things up yourself. Hippos have the biggest canines. Why do hippos have canines? They eat plants. You're just spewing out nonsense. If you actually want to be honest with yourself, sign up for Animal Justice 21 and ask yourself the reflection questions. Honestly answer them. Don't try to just come up with excuses. We're trying to keep the conversations quick. I'm hoping to talk to open-minded people. Morally relevant. Uh-oh, I saw you on another channel the other day, didn't I?
Is my thing bugged? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Alright, you're an adult,
Hippos
right?
also. Yeah, I'm 20. I'm 24.
Okay, great.
Hippos also eat meat.
Hippos are herbivores.
They also eat meat, though. Occasionally, they will eat meat.
They're herbivores, so they don't generally eat meat.
They will occasionally eat meat. Do you concede that?
So why do you exploit animals?
So okay, just refuses to engage with that.
There's carnivorous
my
squirrels
question-
now too. Did you know that after the wildfires in California, there was a bunch of squirrels that ended up in the city, and the only thing that they could eat were birds, like big birds that are like as big as the squirrels. So because now there's carnivorous squirrels, does that mean that it's okay for you to go out of your way to exploit animals? Like, they have nothing to do with each other, right?
Sure, but just because some animals are omnivore or herbivores doesn't mean that they don't eat meat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is like basically exactly what that means. You're talking about like a small survival situation case, right? You're not in a survival situation though.
Even when there sometimes hippos will just be opportunistic and just eat meat. It's not based solely on survival.
Bro, I'm talking
Yes, it is,
about
actually.
you.
They do it
I
if
can
there's
grab
food
evidence for you.
scarcity. There's food scarcity, so it actually, the way that their bodies are, their digestive system, if they just went around eating flesh regularly, they would get sick. So yeah, they live in survival mode. They don't live in civilization with us, with a plethora of options that don't require any victims. So they eat plants, and if there's a situation where they need to eat flesh, that's the situation they'll do it. They scavenge for flesh, and if they unalive another individual, it's for the same exact reason. And also, it's a very strange thing to go, hippos eat meat. See, my canines, hippos can't. Go look at a hippo's canines. Go look at where a hippo lives. Look at where you live. Is a hippo on TikTok to support suffering?
That's just absurd.
No, it's not absurd. Those are all facts, dude.
My original question for coming up here was: are these two separate questions? Do you know, and then what is veganism, or is it just one question? Do you know what is veganism?
Do you know? It's just like something to catch people as they're scrolling through.
Okay,
You
so
trying
they're
to correct
just two
my
separate
grammar?
questions.
What is veganism?
Oh yeah, I would say veganism is the ethical system in which would adhere to some type of harm theoretic. Typically.
to what? Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. A system
Yeah,
to what?
I would say veganism is an ethical system in which adheres to some type of harm reduction theoretic or harm elimination
reduction.
theoretic.
It's about exploiting animals.
Yeah, to reduce harm.
To reject exploitation. It's not reducing harm. That's
Well, what's
a little
wrong?
different.
What's wrong with exploitation? Is it wrong because you find it icky, or is it wrong because it causes harm?
Well, put yourself in the position of the animals. Would you want somebody to exploit you, or would you say this is wrong?
So this is just
that's
gonna be
basically
dodge number one.
it's the definition of exploitation, bro. Hold on. It is the definition of exploitation to use someone unfairly against their will.
Why am I being muted?
Did you hear what I said?
Did you hear what I asked? Are you just refusing to answer my question?
You know what? You're up here literally being a piece of shit. The host is going out of his way
you can
to
project
answer.
all you
The
like.
host is going out of his way to answer your questions,
So you
and
just-
he's patiently trying to get you to use your brain, and you're not using it. So when he tells you to put yourself in the perspective of the victims, it's because you're going to answer the question yourself once you actually do that. Sorry, Jake. Pisses me off when you're nice, and they don't even see that.
It's okay. His time's up anyway, so I figured that wasn't going to be a good conversation. I saw him on somebody else's stream the other day, so he just wants to come up and spew nonsense. Exploitation is wrong. It's literally it literally means using someone unfairly against their will. Nobody wants to be exploited, including the animals. It is wrong. Like, there's no way to humanely exploit someone or exploit someone. You know, like, nobody wants to be exploited. Nobody would consent to being exploited. That's a very very weird question to even ask. Are you 18?
Yeah, I'm 22.
You're 22. What's your name? Do you have what can I call you? Because I can't read that. Sorry.
You can say dragon, that's fine. Like that emoji.
Dragon? Is that a dragon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, it's hard to see too. It's small. So do you know what veganism is?
Well, from what I heard, that's reducing the exploitation of animals.
Yeah,
Preventing the exploitation of animals.
Yeah, to reject the exploitation of animals. That's a quick way to say it. Does that sound like that kind of aligns with your values?
Well, it depends. What do you mean by exploitation, if I were to ask you?
So I was just saying that. It's to use someone against their will.
Okay. Then I wouldn't agree with that, because I'll give like an example and ask you a question to see whether you would deem this to be exploitation.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody like got a wild horse and then started conditioning it to be, you know, just like this object for him to move with or ride around, right? Or like basically his vehicle, would that be wrong?
Yeah, that would be wrong. Why would you treat a horse like an object?
Okay, so training a horse, right, to be a means of transportation is, according to you, exploitation, therefore immoral.
Yeah, what if I train my dog to be an object like that, a means of transportation? Daphne, we're gonna put a saddle on you and ride you around town.
Well, that's impractical because dogs standardly cannot, you know, bear a human for the most part, whereas a horse can.
I'm gonna breed dogs. I'm gonna breed the dogs to be a little bit bigger. I have a big ass dog. I have a Great Dane. I could ride him.
I mean, then if it is the case that I wouldn't like physically see an issue with that. I mean, like, we train dogs, for instance, to like, you know, herd sheep, for instance, and we condition them to do certain things because there's a lot of practical benefits. Like when people ride donkeys, for instance, right? It is the case that there's a practical benefit behind it. Or like, and then, I mean, if you're gonna call this exploitation, say it's immoral,
what about, for instance, milking a goat? Is that wrong? Let's say like this, a pregnant, what's it called, goat, right, gives birth. She has a plethora of kids to feed. Is me milking her wrong, according to you? Because obviously I'm not. She's most likely not consenting to it. Whatever it means for an animal to consent.
Yeah. Why would you need to milk a goat? Why are you taking the milk from the babies?
Yeah, due to the fact that there's still milk for the baby, so the baby is not gonna starve, and also I enjoy drinking goat milk.
Yeah, you do it because you like it. How do you not see that that's wrong?
I'm not sure if I'm lagging or if you just cut off, but can you repeat that?
Yeah, you're doing that because you like it. You're doing it because of your feelings. You're not considering the animal.
I enjoy drinking goat
Okay,
milk.
so
for
as a
instance,
mom,
like
I'm going to say this as a mother because this is infuriating to hear a man just talk about what he enjoys. So breast milk is made from the blood of the mother. So when she's making, her body is lactating so that she can feed her babies. The only reason it continues is because it wants to replenish what the baby took to ensure that the baby will grow and be healthy. When you keep on taking that excess milk, it still depletes her of her nutrients. Human mothers can take all kinds of supplements and help themselves and look into and see with dietitians or their doctors what added things that we can help ourselves with to help us replenish that if say we had more than one baby or a baby eats a lot. But no, it's not for a whole nother species or anybody extra. That is coming from her body, from her blood and nutrients.
Well, nobody's objecting to that. That's why I said specifically that when a mother, right, or at least a goat here, right, when she's pregnant, obviously she lactates because she needs to, give milk to the kids or the children that she's gonna bear, right? Yeah, I agree, right? And I stated that me taking from it in terms of the milk, I find no issue with it, so long as there's going to be a sufficient.
You don't find an issue with it because you're the one
allow me to
exploiting
finish.
What
I
about
allow you
how
to
she
finish.
feels?
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Why? Because you're not thinking about her. You're telling us all. Okay, so if there's a person,
I allowed you to finish, so you can give me the same courtesy.
If there's a person who kicks dogs, from their perspective, it's not bothersome because they're not the victim. You're talking about your perspective and you're ignoring the perspective of the mom, who you call an it, and you talk about how you feel.
But it's a goat we're speaking about.
It doesn't matter.
You're speaking about this goat
still a
has
mom.
rationality. I'm not
an individual.
Look,
You're the
I'm
one
not
not acting
objecting.
rational, though, sir. You're not acting rational by only considering your perspective. Decent people acknowledge the individuals around them and don't pretend like other individuals are objects to use.
Okay, so, oh my gosh. Look, I'm not objecting to the fact that this pregnant goat is obviously a mother and eventually they're gonna be one. What I'm objecting to is the fact that this goat is some rational agent, right, that can consent to a given action. That's utter gibberish, absurd for you to even
consent.
Look, Zara, you're gonna have to
all the
stop
more
interrupting
reason-
me. I'm seeking to
If
formulate
she
like
cannot consent, that's all the more reason
Can I
for you
finish
not to take
responding?
from her.
Can I
No,
finish
because
responding?
You're saying something about
Like you
thinking.
can't hold yourself. Like
No,
this, look,
it's not that I can't, it's that I won't. When a person keeps on pretending that there's an individual who isn't rational and therefore they can take, do you take from the bodies of mothers who have some sort of mental illness? Do you take from their bodies too?
Look, I didn't even finish responding to the first point. Now you're asking me a second question. Let me just finish responding to the first claim, right? And then after we can respond, let's have a back and forth where we allow one another to finish. Look,
keep it quick. I don't have that much longer. I'm trying to do quick conversations.
Okay, sure, that's fine. Right? Then, yeah, I mean, she made like a couple of points where I feel like that discussion there is going to be long. The point here that I'm making is that no, I find no then I wouldn't agree with veganism if exploitation to you is going to be, for instance, me taking milk from a goat or even a cow or me, riding a horse, right, or riding a donkey. This is me, right, being immoral because I'm using these animals for practical benefit. I disagree. Now, my disagreement is going to be on the basis that first, my religiosity. I believe God created these animals for a functional benefit. Right?
Okay. Yeah, we're going to drop you. Thanks for coming up. You can come back up another time. Your religion does not say that you have to use animals, and then practical reasons does not mean that it's necessary. That's another excuse. You're just full of excuses, and you're not considering the animals. You can do better. Learn more. If you want to actually be honest with yourself, go try the 21-day reflection challenge. We have a new vegan here that I've never met before. Solar Punk Vegan. Do you want
How you doing?
to introduce yourself? Nice to meet you.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Good to meet you. I thought Dragon raised a very interesting concept. He was talking about how we condition animals to do certain things, and it's interesting because it's actually we who are conditioned to think that animals are here to serve us. Like all the things he was saying about how God put them here to serve us, and all these reasons, and so that's why. Yeah, and it's really difficult when we're conditioned to see certain things. It's hard to step out of that conditioning, and I think in discussions like this, we have an opportunity to realize how we're conditioned and how we can step outside of it and choose. Like the example before about some animals will eat meat even if they're typically herbivores and things like that. The difference is we have a choice. We can't really see into the minds of animals. We don't really know if they're making a choice or not, but they're basically surviving and doing what they can. But we clearly have a choice, and it's our conditioning that makes us not see those choices, or makes us see that we don't have a choice, that we have to do this, or this is the way it is. So so I think in discussions like this, we can really explore how we're all conditioned, and we all have to work on this. I mean, I'm still conditioned. I still have to look at where my blind spots are and how I can do better. But I think that's a really, I think his word conditioning is a real key here.
Yeah, well said. That's great. I didn't even really think about that, but yeah, like we are the ones that are conditioned, right? So we need to be able to try to take that. There's take off those goggles, right? That's like making us see that animals like are here for us. Like that's like an oppressive kind of mindset where we're not considering the victims of those choices. I just spilled this all over myself.
But yeah, that's what conditioning does. That, like, we're conditioned to see certain things, and so we don't really. It doesn't occur to us that we think it's the right thing to do to raise animals for exploitation, and that's the normal thing to do. And so when we're conditioned that way, it's really hard to see outside of it until someone. I was a vegetarian since I was about 10, and it wasn't until I was 60 years old that I became vegan. And people were always saying, well, "Oh boy, vegans are so obnoxious and so we always have to consider how we present things and all that." But I wish somebody earlier on had come up to me and like jacked me up and said, "Look what you're doing to animals, and this is horrible," and like wake me up. I wish somebody had done that, and hopefully I would have responded. But we often don't even have opportunities for people to come up and say, "Hey, look, you're conditioned this way. This is what's happening." So we need to keep putting it out there, keep offering opportunities to step outside of our conditioning.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way. I wish somebody just like grabbed me and was like, "Look, this is what you're doing. Like you can change easily. It's actually like really easy, and you're gonna wish that you did it sooner."
Yeah. I mean, here I was a vegetarian for most of my life, and it didn't even occur to me that, I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. Like that cows just, graciously offer their milk and then they aren't slaughtered afterwards. It was just such a blind spot. And here I was, being considered with animals. I was very aware of, they're living beings, and even that was just like a blind spot.
Sorry if I keep cutting out. Somebody said that I keep cutting out. My internet sucks. I don't know. I switched it not too long ago, and I'm really not happy with it. But it's a lot cheaper than what I had before. and I would just use my data on my mobile plan, but I just hit my limit, so that's probably going to be slow and also cut out if I do that. But we have the next guest here.
Make the supporters feel more comfortable. And
Sure. Oh, yeah.
even that word conditioning, I think you were completely accurate in making it about us, because when they talk about conditioning a horse, they mean abusing the horse both mentally and physically until they're too afraid to not. Yeah, so
That's not necessarily true. You can train horses with positive reinforcement. They don't have to be broken in like a lot of people say. They can be trained just like a dog can. But
maybe if they bred them and they had them since they were a baby, but no wild horse wants to come to a human. None.
It's still, yeah, when you're training a horse to be to ride or to work or something like that, they may be compliant and they may be appear friendly, but that doesn't make it right. It's just like, when we had human slaves, sometimes the relationships were fairly friendly and there were, the slave owners weren't necessarily mean to the slaves in a way that they were, physically abusive or whatever, but that doesn't make it right. They were still exploited. They were still, the slaves didn't see any other choice. That they were stuck there, and they had, if they didn't comply, they'd get in trouble, and so they were surviving. But that didn't mean that they were like happy to do that. So just because the exploited being is compliant doesn't mean that it's right.
I feel like most of your arguments are based on cruelty rather than like actual benefits of veganism, though. No, I feel like you should advocate for like reform more rather than just like eliminate meat eating.
What do you mean?
Yeah, explain that a little bit more.
Just like most of your arguments are about like practices, right? Like battery cages and stuff like that, and the cruelty. Like, rather than just eliminating meat eating, you should probably advocate for more regulation. And you don't really give any benefits about the vegan diet itself.
We were talking about IP28 when the stream started. We talk about policy changes and we talk about reforming things like that. Yeah, we support what you're talking about to an extent. I'm not sure what you mean.
Me or is it the host?
It's probably me. I think I've been cutting out a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We support what you're saying in a way.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but
welfare is a marketing term to make the consumer happy. We're
I
focused on the victims.
I don't mean
So
I don't
when
mean
you're talking-
welfare though. I mean policy change to eliminate some of the things that we're doing, right?
Yeah, but when you're talking about like a bigger cage or a bigger space, those should be things that you're pushing toward. Like if somebody is what is that called? A person who's trying to get a hostage negotiation. If that's a situation, you
animals aren't humans though.
Yeah, humans are animals. We're one animal species among millions.
Yeah, but most animals aren't humans though.
They don't have to be humans. They share what is important, which is the ability to feel fear, pain, and suffering. So when you're talking about oh, well, we just shouldn't eliminate meat, you're saying we shouldn't eliminate the use of the flesh of other individuals who feel and think and don't want to have their lives taken against their will. So you're not thinking about them at all. You're pretending to think about them by saying, maybe we could give them a little something. That's to make you feel better. That's not to make them feel better. If you put yourself in the position, a little bit more room in your cage of slavery doesn't make the enslavement something just.
Are you comparing animal cruelty to actual slavery?
It is. Slavery is slavery.
How? You can't connect with a cow. Can you connect with a cow? Can you connect with a cow the same way you can with a human?
Yeah, I certainly can.
How?
Can you shut up so I can answer you? If you take an individual who can feel and think, and you turn them into property, that is slavery. Slavery isn't just something of humans. Slavery is any individual who can feel and think that you are turning into property. The word chattel and the word cattle both come from the word property in Latin.
Are you going to tell the apex predator or whatever ecosystem that he's a slave master?
No, we're talking about people. No, Leo, I can.
Bro,
What I was I think, let me tell you why I became an animal rights advocate. When I was real little, I lived next to a farm that had beef cattle in the pasture.
But, respectfully, you didn't answer my question though. Are you gonna tell an animal that he committed a crime?
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm addressing it because you're saying how can we relate to cows the same way we can relate to humans? And yeah, there are different species, but we can, relate to animals and realize that they're individuals. When I was young and I was walking around in this cattle field, I would observe the cows and they would observe me, and we would look at each other, and I discovered that these are individuals. They were responding. They each had personalities. They each had, the individual preferences, and they would be curious about me. I'd be curious about them. And I discovered, these are individuals. I can relate to them the same way I could relate to my cat and dog at home. They had feelings, they had curiosity, they interacted with each other. So in that experience, I really saw, okay, these are individuals. They aren't objects that we just should use.
So your argument isn't about cruelty. It's about just killing.
No, it's about exploitation. So even cruelty can be a little suspected because if you just specifically focus on cruelty, then you might go on the welfare track and say, oh, we'll just be nicer to them. But it's about using them. It's about treating them as objects rather than as individuals. And animals are individuals who just want to live and be free.
But they get killed when they're free anyways, man. Like you're arguing about killing, not about cruelty. They get killed in the wilderness either way.
I just said I'm arguing about exploitation, about using them as objects. So in other words, we breed animals into existence to produce products for us rather than just acknowledge individuals. Does that make sense?
Let's say they weren't breeded like that. They weren't like no hormones, no anything, right? And they had a quick death, just painless, right? Would you say
like
that's
that
wrong?
For yourself? Would you like that for your
Because,
loved one?
That's what my mom did. That's what my mom did. She had a farm with her great grandpa. She killed chickens.
Leo, you're not thinking. You're talking about your perspective again. It is very, very simple for a person to look at another individual who is enslaved and having something taken from their body, having their body farmed and have their life taken, being mutilated, any of those things, because you're not experiencing it. So it's a lot easier for you to accept it. Put yourself in that position, or put your most innocent loved one in that position, and think about that.
You can't compare the loved one to a cow, man. Are you hearing
Leo,
yourself?
Leo, are you open? Are you open to learning more about this, Leo, or no?
I mean, I just want to know about the benefits, because most of y'all's arguments are about cruelty and stuff like that.
There's two main benefits. One, you'll help the animals, right? The animals need us to help them, not to exploit them. So the best benefit is for the animals. And then the second benefit is, if you think that we should respect animals like you say, we should treat them well, then you won't be a hypocrite anymore when you're paying for them to be killed, right?
Animals don't build societies like us, though. Like, why?
Animals have their own societies. You take that away from them. You lock them in little cages for their whole lives.
All right, I'm going to jump off. Jake, it's great meeting you. And Zara, good seeing you. Everyone have a great day. Good stuff.
You too, Solarpunk.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Care.
See ya.
Thanks for all you do. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Scarlett.
Hi.
You're an adult, right?
Yes, I'm 18.
All right, great. Do you know what veganism is?
I do, yeah.
So can you tell me what it is?
Not exploiting animals, not eating meat or dairy, or wearing their skin.
Right. Does that sound like that aligns with your values?
Yes, but I'm vegetarian, I'm not vegan.
Can I ask why you're vegetarian?
In all honesty, I don't know how I could live without cheese.
Without cheese?
Yeah.
Do you know how cheese is made?
Yes. And I don't like it. Trust me, I don't.
Yeah.
But I do try to buy brands that I know don't use artificial insemination or anything like that, so I do try my best.
Okay, so have you tried all the plant-based cheeses that are out there?
All of them, no. Ones in my like local supermarkets, yes. But not like I haven't bought anything like online or anything yet.
Yeah. Yeah, would you be open to trying them? Trying to find something that tastes just the same as the dairy cheese?
Yeah, I would be willing to do that, yeah.
Okay.
I don't drink like milk actively like I do drink oat milk,
Yeah.
even though I know that cheese is milk.
Yeah, and somebody said make your own. Yeah.
Sorry? Can you watch Dairy is Scary?
I think I have. Like, I know everything about it. I follow like people on Instagram and they show videos of what happens.
Okay, so part of this isn't fully your fault because there's something called casein in dairy, and what it's meant to do is make a baby cow keep coming back to their mom. So it's like an addiction, and it's so that they'll come back and get all their nutrients. But if you force yourself to look at what these moms and babies are forced to endure, even without the artificial insemination, just the fact that they're separated, just the fact that she's milked without her consent, her blood is making that. If you look at these things, it'll really, really push you to stop saying like your discomfort in just a moment of change, and it'll force you to look to see what they're going through. That really helped me so much because I was fully addicted to cheese too, and now little by little also, just to let you know, your taste buds will change and then you'll like other things too. And the cheeses that I would ask you, like what things do you use cheese on currently?
Like toasted sandwiches, pizza, pasta, things like that.
Do you live in the United States?
I don't know. I live in the UK.
Okay. I'll follow you. You follow me back, and I'll send you, because I've got friends in the UK who are vegan.
Oh, okay.
And I'll send you cheeses because I can tell you cheeses here for, different things, sandwiches, melting, different stuff here, but I don't know what you guys have there. So I'll do that. And then, back to you, Jake. Sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
so
that'll be helpful. So thank you.
Sign up for Animal Justice 21. Go get to day 3. Day 3 has Dairy is Scary on there, and it talks about the dairy industry. So you go there. You go to the challenge page. It'll have like a paragraph. You can read it, and then answer the questions, and it'll unlock the next day. So you got to come back a couple of days to get to the third day. What that's about dairy. But you'll learn about other kinds of exploitation and things like that too. And Zara, if you get information like that, you can put it on Animal Justice 21. There's a chat page. So if you want to recommend specific things in specific areas, that's like one of the things that Animal Justice 21 is missing, because it's still growing. There's not people from all over the world on there. It's just from like specific areas. So anybody that's listening that wants to add information about specific brands people should look for when it comes to food or clothing, or any products that we choose, please get on to Animal Justice 21 and put it out there on the chat, and everybody can see it. Do you have any other questions? We're going to move on to the next person.
Not really, no. I think that's everything, but thank you guys.
All right, yeah, thank you. It was really nice talking to you. Yeah, give me a follow too, and come back in a couple of days. Let me know how everything's going.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Exploring exploring what's up.
Hello. Just wanted to see what was going on here. Can I ask if you could explain a bit more about veganism to me? Because I'm currently a meat eater, and I've been a meat eater my entire life, and I see loads of vegan live streams popping up now. I'm not fully sure about what it actually is. I mean, I've tried vegan food, and I've not really enjoyed it, so I was just wondering if there was a bit more to it that you could explain.
Yeah, so veganism is the rejection of exploitation. Does that, does that align with how you feel? Like, would you say you're against animal cruelty?
Depends on what way you're putting animal cruelty, because I'd see animal cruelty as like physically abusing animals and like abusing like dogs and cats and like physical home pets. So it depends on what way you'd see it,
and you're against that. I'm just talking about abuse at first, right? Like everybody says that they're against abusing animals, right? That's like you would agree with that.
Yes, I have dealt with it firsthand personally with my stepdad. I've taken many animals away from him because he was abusive towards them.
Okay. And then what do you think about exploitation?
What do you mean by exploitation? Well,
even if
using animals for their meat and stuff.
Yeah, even if the animals are given a good life, at the end of the day, when we make decisions to benefit only us, and it's negatively impacting them, that's what I would consider exploitation. How do you feel about that when we're not really considering the animals?
Well, personally, as somebody who's done farming before, dairy farming, so I know what it's like for, say, like cows and sheep and chickens. Out of all of them, chickens are treated the worst because they're put in pens, but they are given good lives. They're treated well. So I wouldn't really see it as exploitation. When they're treated well, they're given good lives.
Would you want to be in the position of these animals?
Well, I mean, if I was one of these animals, I wouldn't know about this. I'd just see it as they're born into the area that they're born in. They're fed. They have the areas and fields to roam in, to eat the grass, to do what they need to.
So
they have their young, they repopulate, and then obviously after a certain amount of time, when they get too old to be able to do stuff, or when they hit a certain size or satisfaction, they're turned into meat.
So what if you found out tomorrow that you are actually being farmed, right? And tomorrow is your time. You didn't know, however old you are, now you've hit that peak age for somebody to use your body or whatever they want to do. So tomorrow you're gonna go away, and your lights are gonna be turned off, and you're never gonna come back. Do you think that would be exploitation? Would you be okay with that?
Well, I mean, it depends on the way that I was being put out, because if I'm being
it would be quick and painless.
If it's quick and painless, then it's not like they're experiencing anything that's going to harm them. They've been given a good life. It's quick. Their death is quick and painless. So it's not like they've been in pain their entire life.
I'm talking about you specifically.
Well, I personally have had quite a rough life, stuff going on parents, but right now I have a good life, and if it was to end tomorrow, I'd be happy. I've got somewhere good in life. I've got a nice job. I've got pretty much everything I wanted in life.
But this person that's going to do that to you, the person that's going to do that to you can just choose a different option. Wouldn't you say to them, hey, maybe just choose something else and let me live?
Well, it depends on the purpose of why they're choosing that I need to go.
Because they want to eat you.
If they want to eat me, then that's illegal in the first place.
I'm not talking about legality. Are you really here to learn anything, or are you just here to
Well,
do what you're doing?
I was asking questions about I was asking questions about veganism and what the purpose and like what it gives.
But you're not really answering my question.
Well, I'm trying to give it from a point of view of someone who's done the whole dairy farming, I've done the whole cattle farming, sheep, chickens, pigs, all of that.
Okay, so you know that these animals are individuals, right? They have their own personalities, their own experiences.
Yes.
Yeah, just like me and
their
you.
lifespan normally wouldn't last as long as a human's.
Right, and you know how old chickens are when they're killed?
At least a year.
Are you talking about chickens that are used for meat?
They're fed, and after just under a year, they are killed.
Yeah, so that's not right. They live to be at least 10 years old or longer, and they're killed normally within like 5 weeks. So
it depends on what industry you're seeing it from.
I'm talking about chickens that are turned into meat. Most of them are killed around 5 weeks old. Not a year, not even close to a year. And they could live 10 years old. They literally are killed less than 1% of their natural lives. What about cows?
It depends on what industry you're working with. A cow is normally killed.
Yeah, about a year and a half when they can live over 20. Go ahead.
So exploring, you came up disingenuously. You said, I'm wondering what veganism is. And then you went on to let us know that you farmed several animals. So the fact that you farmed several animals, you've already desensitized yourself to their perspective. You've already decided that using them against their will is fine. Vegan means that we don't make choices that require other animals to be victimized. You make those choices. You do those things purposely yourself. And so if you can't see their perspective, if you won't see their perspective, you're not going to make a choice with integrity in the back. You're not going to make a choice that surrounds the value of justice. You're going to keep on doing things that all oppressors have done throughout history, which is look to point at things that could be worse to make yourself feel better about the horrible thing that you're taking part in, or to look for differing birth traits to make yourself feel better about the horrible things you're taking part in. If you would look at the individuals whose bodies you are farming, who you are enslaving against their will, who you are ensuring that they become pregnant so that there are future victims, you will see all of the horror that is taking part at your hands.
Quick question.
Yeah, make it quick. We're gonna move on to the next person.
Before we had the whole farming industry, and before we had veganism, vegetarians, we had a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. But before we understood the whole meaning of it, we lived on meat. We've lived on meat for centuries.
That's false.
No.
We didn't live on meat for centuries.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Meat for ages.
I don't think he's being very genuine. We used to eat a very, very, very small percentage of meat, and we've only been eating meat like we do now in the past like couple of decades. It's he was not very open-minded, didn't really come up here to learn more. He just came up here to like debate, and that's not what we're here for. So hopefully he learns more. He can go to the resource there. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of shitty. You know, farmers can change. It's just they have that different mindset, like you were saying. That you know, I grew up around farms. I grew up with a bunch of animals, and you know, we didn't. I would never like kill an animal for something that I don't need. You know, these farmers, they think a little bit differently, like, so it's a little bit harder for them to change. But Justin, you're next. Bruja, did you want to say anything about that last conversation?
Oh, sorry. I was arguing with people in the comments.
It's okay.
I wasn't paying attention to him.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it wasn't very, wasn't that good of a conversation anyway. So, Justin, you're next. You're an adult.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm an adult.
Good. Do you know what veganism is?
I do, and I understand the definition of it, and I'm going to preface this whole thing is I'm on the opposite side of what y'all are wanting. Like I understand the definition of veganism. I'm not advocating for people. Like people can make their own decisions. Like you want to be a vegan, you can be a vegan. You want to eat meat, you can eat meat. I'm not going to have a problem with either one of them. But
That's
the
not
things that I see.
Keep going. Keep going. I want to see where you go with this.
The thing, like my issue is there's not any set group of people that are advocating for veganism that can all collectively have the same ideology and put out the same things. Like every one of y'all come up with like, oh, well, like you said earlier, talking about meat chickens that are harvested for meat. I know for a fact that they are not harvested or matured until 8 to 10 weeks old. Yes, that's genetically modified birds to speed up the growth for the chickens to be, at a proper way to be harvested. But it's still 8 to 10 weeks old. It's not 5 weeks because at 5 weeks they don't have enough meat on them to even get it worth dealing with the problem of harvesting them. I raise meat chickens myself. Like they're 8 to 10 weeks old.
Yeah, how many chickens?
And then all of our egg layers. How many chickens do we have or raise?
Yeah.
So meat chicken wise, we raise about 40, and that gets us through the year. We own it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're like a small backyard farm. You're not a big industrial factory farm, right?
Up the data on this, it actually states that it's hold on 1 second. It states that it's between 5 to 9 weeks, so it just varies, right? It depends on the chicken that's being harvested too. So I think like you're nitpicking to like specifics, where for us we are against that happening regardless if it's at 5 weeks, at 9 weeks, or like 20 years, which is what they can live to be, right?
A healthy chicken can live, they can live a while, but the purpose of the bird was to provide for you.
So do you know what veganism is?
I understand the definition of veganism.
What is veganism to you?
It's, to me, is like y'all said, the exploitation and all that stuff. I understand that.
We're against unnecessary exploitation, right? And because you can survive and thrive.
Survival's not unnecessary.
You didn't let me finish. Because you can survive and thrive on a plant-based diet, you can get everything that you need nutritionally on a plant-based diet. As determined by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics through their position paper, you can get everything that you need from a plant-based diet. Therefore, it deems unnecessary exploitation, or exploitation unnecessary, because you don't need anything from the animals to survive and thrive. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm not interested in talking to him.
It's very confrontational.
Yeah, I'm trying to have conversations, not like debates. And he's got 40 chickens. He's not an industrial factory farm, right? He's talking about his 40 chickens compared to billions of other chickens, and he thinks that everybody does it like him, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And there's different kinds of chickens. Some of them are smaller, some of them live a little bit longer. They're not like the Franken chickens that grow in 5 weeks and they take them to the slaughterhouse. So yeah, I don't think he was being very genuine, and I'd rather bring up somebody else. Looks like that person's not here though. Donnie.
And I think when you have to justify your practices on a live to people, you're just looking for validation that what you're doing is correct. He's trying to say that we're
we're wrong, we're liars, just to justify himself. Like, I don't know about any of you guys, but for me, myself, when I'm making like ethical decisions, I don't feel the need to rationalize it or explain it to anybody when I'm making a decision, because I'm confident that I'm making like an ethical decision, right? So, when we have these lives, we talk about other people. We're not talking about ourselves and all this. So I think like it's just kind of like projection. When you feel like you need to justify what you're doing, it's probably because there's something in your subconscious that's telling you that maybe what you're doing is not right.
Exactly. If the Gator person is still here, I want to talk to you again, so please request up next. Prince.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are y'all doing?
I'm good.
All right.
You know what veganism is?
Yeah, I know what veganism is, but I also know the different types, like ethical veganism, environmental veganism, and dietary veganism as well. But I assume you're talking about the more broader sense of what veganism is.
Yeah, so veganism isn't about a diet. It isn't about the environment. Even though you can get benefits to both of those things if you're vegan like a certain way or whatever, right? Veganism is about exploiting other animals. So, you can be vegan and be unhealthy. You can eat an unhealthy diet if you want to. You can be vegan and not necessarily care about the environment, or you can do other things that are harming the environment or whatever. Veganism is literally about your relationship with animals. It's only ethical. So how do you feel about other animals?
I was going to say it was more so the practice of abstaining from the use of animal products and consuming animal-sourced foods, and associating with the rejection of the commodity status of animals.
Right, rejection of commodifying animals. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of that.
Yeah.
I think I was cutting out.
Oh, no, you're all good. But yeah, for the most part, while on one hand, I do understand and I can acknowledge that I'm someone who doesn't like knowing the animals are harmed. I don't like the idea of a person unnecessarily mass farming certain animals to an extent where they are in unbearable living conditions, if that makes any sense.
Sure. What if it's just one animal and they have a great life? Do you see anything wrong with using that animal?
No.
Why not? What if that animal was you?
Then I wouldn't know, because at that point I'm the animal, and I'm kind of unaware of what's going on. I'm blissfully ignorant to it.
Right. So let's say it's your day. Let's say tomorrow is your day to go and be turned into a jacket. And whoever's doing that has another option. Would you just be okay with it because you've had a good life, or would you want them to just choose a different object?
I mean, if it came down to it, I would either depend. You said I had a good run, like a full life, or is it like somewhere in the partial?
It doesn't matter. Whatever's better for you.
If I had a good life, I'd be perfectly fine with it.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
So you'd be okay just living till 25, just because somebody else feels like taking your life.
If it came down to it, knowing that if it's that other people are benefiting from it, then yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Well, they're not necessarily benefiting from it. They just feel like doing it. Like they just, they think they're gonna look cool turning you into a jacket.
And it sounds like you are the one that's consenting, but these animals cannot consent to be eaten, right? You're rational enough to say like, oh, well, I had a good life. Like, they're having this conversation with us, but the animals aren't able to have this conversation. They can't consent. And lack of consent does not mean consent, right?
Of course not. But that's the difference, though. You're asking me from me personally on it, not the perspective of, say, I'm an animal that that if I'm aware I lived a good life, and this person is getting ready to do what they gotta do to turn me into a jacket or use the rest of my body parts, whatever, I'm perfectly fine with it because I've lived a
Let's
long
test
life.
that. Have you lived a good life so far?
Yeah.
Don't think he's
How
being very
about you
genuine.
donate yourself to cannibals?
We're gonna move on. Sorry, but I'm not really trying to talk to somebody like that. I don't think he's being genuine. If he was being dragged into a slaughterhouse, blood on the floor, other humans in there screaming for their lives, I think he would change his mind really quick.
Yeah, that's an absurd point of view. If it's, it just leads to moral nihilism, and that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's completely irrelevant because he's an animal in this situation, which is not, so he can't really know what's happening.
It's something that could definitely happen. It's not, like, impossible.
How come?
What do you mean, how come? Humans have been exploited for thousands of years.
Yeah, but that's from our perspective, not the animal's perspective. If a pig is brought up in a farm inside, they won't really know what's on the outside of that farm, so they kind of accept.
Yeah. He lived 25 years without knowing.
What?
He lived 25 years without knowing. He's only going to know tomorrow when they drag him into a slaughterhouse. How does that make it okay?
He will not know at all.
And groomer, like just because a sent being doesn't know that something bad is happening to them, does that make it okay for us? Because what we share with the animals is sentience. The difference between us and them is sapience, right? They don't have the ability to make moral decisions and to have cognitive awareness like us. But like an infant doesn't have that either. A toddler doesn't have that either. A person with Alzheimer's doesn't have that either. Does that make it okay for us to exploit them just because they don't know what's happening to them?
From my perspective, yeah, because I eat meat, I have no problem.
What? You think it's okay to exploit infants?
That's not what I said. You can't compare.
That's what I asked you.
And animals.
What's the difference between us?
We're kind of the dominating species of this world.
So you're saying that dominate? So you're saying might equals right?
Dominating, though.
You're what?
You're saying might equals right. Just because we have the ability to dominate, it makes it okay for us to exploit. That's what might equals right means. Like that, just because you have the might.
What species are okay to? Yeah. You can't go around then carrying.
Well, that's what we're saying is that there is no morally relevant reason or trait between us and the animals that makes it okay to exploit them. Like, we're not saying that they're the same as us. We're not saying that we give them the same rights as us. We're just saying we give them the most basic moral consideration, which is just not to bring them into a life of exploitation, not to enslave them.
So they're not equal.
I mean, we're not saying that they're equal. I mean, depending on what our metric is of equal, right? We can't compare two different species, right? The same way that, like, if an alien species came down, we can't compare ourselves to them, right? But, like, if an alien species came down and dominated us, would it be okay for them to exploit us just because they can? Because we're a different species than them. Would that be okay?
Well, let's say that they are dominant to us, then we don't have a say in it.
I know, but what we're saying, we're having an ethical discussion. What we're saying is that, is it then okay? We're not saying about what the possibilities of what could happen. What we're saying is, like, here, as a rational being, as a rational agent that supposedly you are, you should be able to make moral decisions, with your moral agency, because that's kind of how we should be living our lives, right? As rational and moral agents. Like, you have a decision before you. You're looking at a way of life that avoids unnecessary exploitation, and you're looking at a way of life that continues just exploitation, even though you know it's exploitation and you don't need it. Like, as a moral, rational agent, which one should you choose?
Well, you said now that we don't need it. And then how come carnivores, for example, reportedly saying that, or
There is no data to support the carnivore diet. There is no data to support the carnivore diet because it's just, in terms of like the nutrition and dietetics field, it is not a supported diet, so it would be unethical for them to hold trials on it. Everything that's been studied on carnivore diet is self-reported, which is not like accurate data, right? But what they do have is they have like decades of studies on plant-based diets and other diets, and they've determined that a plant-based diet is adequate and can provide health benefits.
Well, isn't self-reported?
No, the diets. But the diets, like, well, what I'm saying is that there is a lot more data. Like, there's like different types of data, like meta-analysis, like all the different types of studies. Sorry, I'm like blanking. I haven't even had breakfast. But all the different types of studies that are higher up on the hierarchy of scientific evidence have already been studied by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics of various countries. And they've all come up with the position that a plant-based diet is adequate for all stages of life, including pregnancy, infancy, lactation, like even for athletes, right? We're not saying that a plant-based diet is better. We're just saying you can get all the same health benefits from a well-planned plant-based diet that you can get from a well-planned non-vegan, non-plant-based diet. You see what I mean? Yeah. So therefore, that's why this is an ethical decision. You have two options. Both of them can lead to positive health benefits, but one of them avoids exploitation, unnecessary exploitation. Yeah, so which one should you choose as a rational agent, as a moral agent? Which one should you choose?
Say that again?
As a rational moral agent with a choice before you to avoid exploitation and still be healthy, which one should you choose as a rational moral agent?
Well, isn't the agriculture also exploitation of animals and their land?
Well, 75% of our agricultural lands are actually used in animal agriculture. We only use like less than 10% of our agricultural lands to grow food for humans, and we're not even feeding all the humans. And we're using all that land only for about 38% of our proteins and about 17% of our calorie intakes worldwide. So we're using a disproportionate amount of land for not enough like nutritional value, right? We're actually getting most of our calories and our protein from plants. So it's an inefficient way to use land. So, and if you're thinking about exploitation of the land, I mean, animal agriculture is a leading cause of deforestation, of actual like animal extinction. So I think a lot of people are just misinformed as to what the animal agriculture industry actually does, not just to the animals, but also to the planet. So I would just urge you to maybe look into that.
Yeah, so a small percentage of the land that are used for us, correct?
Uh-huh.
So if the whole world turned vegan tomorrow, wouldn't that need
yeah, we would only need about 25.
Expanded.
I know the question. We would only need about 25% of the current agricultural lands that we're using. So we could actually rewild or repurpose 75% of the agricultural lands. And this is coming from a study from Oxford called Reducing Food's Environmental Impacts to Producers and Consumers. It is a meta-analysis out of Oxford, and it's the largest study to date that has yet to be debunked on all the different food systems. And they determined that we can reduce our lands by 75%, and we would be able to feed 10 billion people.
But then we wouldn't be able to feed the animals. So
yeah, but we're talking about like reducing our consumption over time, right? We're talking about like in an ideal world when we eventually transition to plant-based eating. And we wouldn't have all those animals to consume, because right now what we're doing is we're forcibly breeding these animals into existence because they don't reproduce. Most of them don't even reproduce naturally. They don't have the ability to reproduce naturally because they're far too big, and their reproductive parts can't even meet each other. So they're like forcibly impregnated and raped, and that's how we force them into existence to be able to keep up with the demand, right? So if we reduce the demand, then we wouldn't have that many animals eventually, because right now it's like 92 billion land animals and over 2 trillion sea life.
Goon, are you open to learning more?
Male animals are not in the same area at all.
Are you open to learning more about this and more about ethics? Because you went from nutrition to environment, but you keep deflecting from the ethics of it.
Because I don't have any problems with it in the animal industry.
So you're not up here to learn. You're just up here to debate.
Well, yeah, I want to know your perspectives on it.
Okay, well, will you check out animaljustice21.org?
Absolutely not.
Alright, bye. Asshole.
He was just trying to prove a point.
Yeah.
And I mean, he saw, like, the thing is like, I put the ethics right in front of him, and then he was trying to figure out a way to make it a necessity, because of the environment. It's just like completely uninformed as to what the animal agriculture is. And most people who live their lives blind like this just make a fool of themselves, and that's what he did.
Yeah. That was kind of embarrassing. And he just wants to. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
What's your name? The lowest rank?
The lowest ranking Muslim.
Oh, that's funny. I have a friend that calls himself the bottom tier vegan. So do you know what veganism is? Are you still there? Come back.
What veganism is?
Yeah.
Oh, it was me. Sorry, I was cutting out.
What is veganism to you?
To me, or what is it like?
Well, because what's your understanding of it? Because someone who practices veganism as an ethical stance, it would be extremely difficult for someone
There's
to go
like
back.
ethical vegans, and there's like dietary vegans, and
So veganism is the ethical stance against unnecessary exploitation of sentient beings. What you're referring to is someone who's on a plant-based diet. People who are on plant-based diets.
No, I said there's different types. I said there's ethical.
No, there isn't. That's what we're telling you. There isn't different types of vegans. Veganism is what I just told you it is. And so what you're referring to is people who perhaps call themselves vegan because they don't know what veganism is. And they're calling themselves vegan because they're on a plant-based diet, either for health or for the environment. But what we call those is people on a plant-based diet.
There's multiple reasons. They don't just necessarily do it for one purpose.
We are taking our definition from the Vegan Society, which is the society that we adhere to. Veganism is an ethical stance. What you are referring to is a misconstruction of what veganism actually is. So that's what Jake is having. We're having an informational live for people to learn.
Broadening it, you're making it a more narrow definition, I guess.
I'm not making that. That's what it is. I'm not making it. That's what it is.
Well, it's just the thing is that we always have an argument against all these animals and all these things until we hear about halal meat, and that was my thing. Is just vegans always have something to say until it becomes halal.
Yeah, there's no such thing as halal meat.
There is a such thing.
You should watch the Joy Carbstrong investigation into halal meat.
The fake anti-Muslim, Islamophobe.
No, it's not about that. It's just because he did an investigation on halal meat. Because the thing is that people claim that halal and kosher are ethical, but there's no ethical way to slaughter an animal that doesn't want to be slaughtered.
Yeah, you guys should look at my bio really quick.
I don't know. I don't think he's here to talk.
Yeah.
You're not. You're muting me, so how am I going to conversate when you're muting me?
Are you open to learning
You're
more?
not responding to what she's saying at all.
You guys are muting me. How are we going to conversate when you're muting me, stupid?
Alright. Sorry. You hit it before me, Zara. I was right there. I was hitting the button. Don't come up here and call people.
I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
I hate when they come up and it's no, you're wrong about what you are. Right? We are vegans and you're coming up here and telling us that we're wrong about who we are. Wild.
Yeah, people that think veganism is a diet or do it for environmental reasons, they're a little bit confused. They don't know. They don't really understand what veganism is, and that's literally why we're here. So,
And to be fair,
I think I'm cutting out again. Am I back? Can you hear me? I think I cut out. Am I still on YouTube?
And I don't know if that guy's still on the line, but I'm also Muslim. And it's funny because it's
No,
funny
I'm back.
how a lot of Muslims try to justify this, because while the Quran like may allow a certain type of slaughter, it doesn't allow factory farming. And we also have a belief there was a woman who was punished. She was doomed to the hellfire for putting a cat in a cage so small it couldn't move. And it's funny to me how we don't justify that and we justify factory farming. I think a lot of Muslims conflate like what is allowed with what should be done. Like there are a lot of things that we're allowed to do that we don't do. Like we're allowed to marry our cousins, we don't marry our cousins. So it's funny, saying, oh, this is halal. A lot of halal meat that's, so-called halal, these animals are stunned to death, which is not permissible for us to eat. I don't think they actually know what halal means. There's no religious justification. Even in Christianity prescribes vegetarianism. I don't know if that guy's still here, but I just wanted to say that to him because I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
well, it's interesting that you say that because I think everybody who comes up on vegan lives to justify exploitation through their religion uses the exact same wording like that. Like they use religion. I always hate that religion is used as a way to justify doing bad things because someone told me that it's okay, instead of using like the basic tenets of every religion, which is love and compassion, right? That's basically like the essence of what should be every religion, but people are misconstruing it and then just like cherry picking it to, for their preferences.
And it's funny because like in Islam we permit like the cutting of the jugular, but our like systems, like bodily speaking, are so similar to animals in terms of our jugular. Like if you slice a human's jugular, you can imagine how painful that would be, how you suffocate and bleed out to death. But we justify that for an animal. Why? I don't think a lot of people actually know what they're talking about when they're like, oh, this is halal. Or even Christians, they're like, oh, God allowed us to consume this. God only allowed like Christians to consume animals after sinning. Like originally, God rooted the word in vegetarianism. He didn't just say go free and eat all of these animals. Like that's not how it works. But if that guy is still on the live, this Muslim, I just want you to just research that because I don't think you know what you're talking about, respectfully. But I'll leave you to it. I just want to say that.
Thanks. What was your name? Do you want to let us know what your name is?
Oh, it's Zainab.
Yeah. So you're vegan. How long have you been vegan?
Not that long, only like a couple of months. But meat has always
Nice.
grossed me out, to be honest. I remember when I was young, I was in the shop with my mom where she buys our meat, and I literally saw a cow's brain and a sheep tongue, and there were like signs by it, and I was like, do we actually eat that? And she was so like unbothered and unfazed. She was like, yeah, like we always have that, we have liver, and I've always felt disgusted, and I've had to like not let myself think that this is an animal in order to finish my food. So yeah, only recently, but I've always been weirded out by meat. I haven't watched Dominion either. I know that's the big thing that causes some people to go vegan, but I'm just horrified to watch it. Like I don't need to.
It's a hard watch when you're already vegan. I've only gone through 11 minutes of it. It's hard.
I think I will watch it at some point, but also there's no counter argument. So you can't justify eating meat, not religiously, you're not morally. It's unsustainable. Like it just pisses me off when people try to use religion, like that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still. Can you verify your claim through the Quran? Verify what claim? How long have you guys been vegan?
Almost 2 years for me.
It's 9 years for me.
Oh, that's amazing.
14 for me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, decades of veganism here.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate it. Please come back up.
Thank you.
Come back up
I'll leave
again.
you to it.
I'm trying to do one more conversation here. Hopefully, we can have one more conversation.
I gotta jump off. Jake, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Bruja. I appreciate you coming up here. Please come back up anytime. Couldn't do it without you guys because apparently my phone keeps glitching on me.
Yeah, hello.
Ed. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's up, brother?
How you doing?
Good, good, man. Thanks for bringing me up. If I know what veganism is, it's not acting or indulging in unnecessary animal cruelty, right?
Close, yeah. It's about exploitation, right? So
Right.
cruelty is a big part of it, of course. Like we're against being cruel to animals. Would you agree that exploiting an animal, even if you give them a good life, at the end of the day, if you're taking them out for something that you don't even need, it's just something that you want. Would you agree that that's cruel to them also?
His connection is slow.
Did I cut out again? Damn.
Asking. Okay, go ahead. He's back. He's back.
Yeah. So if even if an animal has a good life, at the end of the day, if you're taking them out, do you think that that's still cruel?
Yeah, definitely. As a matter of fact, it is cruel. What do you call it? I wasn't necessarily a vegan, but I was a plant-based dieter from 2018 to 2022. I started eating meat back in 2022, and I'm thinking about going back to being a vegan now because I really feel bad for the animals. I first did it for the diet, right, for the health benefits of it, and now as time goes by, I can't. I don't know. I feel guilty every time I eat meat. I try my best to limit my consumption of eating meat. I'll probably have meat just 4 times a week, once a day. Right? I eat fruit more than anything. I love eating fruit right now, especially in the summer. Would you say though, if you said vegan is knowing that vegan is not a diet, could you still be a vegan and eat meat?
Absolutely not.
No.
Like for example, right? What if you're in a situation where you gotta survive?
I mean, the
Okay, so think about
survival
this. Whenever people
situation's
bring this up,
different.
I always want to respond to it.
Go ahead.
So if you were in a situation where you had to unalive another human to survive, would you go, oh, well, then this is okay? You would uncomfortably do something horrible to survive, right? If you must.
Right.
So it's literally the same thing with other animals. We've just made them out to be lower so that we can impress them more comfortably.
I disagree. I think most people would rather starve than eating a family member.
Yeah, and I, as a vegan, would feel the same way about another animal because I see them as individuals now. I don't see them as resources.
Right. Yeah, but I think if I had to survive, I wouldn't hesitate to eat an animal.
Well, you currently do that, and you don't do it because you're doing it out of survival. So it's just a thing that you're saying so that in the back of your mind you feel like, well, if vegan said this is okay, and you're making yourself comfortable. Whereas the situation isn't any of those things. The situation is you can not only survive but thrive without stealing secondhand nutrients from the body of someone else and treating them like an object. We're animals too. In all the ways that are important, in all the ways that matter, we're exactly like them. We can feel fear, love, pain, suffering.
Yeah.
Have you considered those things? No,
I agree. That's why I'm doing my best. I think sooner or later I will transition into being a vegan. Right? It takes time, but I'm working on it. But I'm playing devil's advocate.
It doesn't
right?
take time if you see the urgency of your victims.
Yeah.
So it takes time if you're like, oh my God, I want to start lifting 600 pounds this way. That takes time. But if you are causing the suffering of someone else and you keep looking away from it, it's really easy to keep it about yourself. Mm-hmm. But if you look to see their perspective, you're like, this is urgent. They don't want to be suffering. They're doing this in my name every single time I buy their flesh or what's stolen from their bodies.
Right. But at the same time, right, don't you think that veganism is a privilege here in the West? In America?
It's quite the opposite. So privilege is thinking that somebody else
a luxury
exists. Privilege is believing that somebody else exists for you to take their body and life and family.
Right.
And freedom. Right?
But for example,
privilege. Right? Privilege isn't not taking what isn't yours. Privilege isn't compassion. Like, to pretend that's privilege is literally pretending that poor people don't have integrity.
Listen, people in South America and Central America and other parts of the world eat meat. When they eat meat, they look at it as a privilege. Most people eat meat, right, in poor countries. It makes up the bulk of their calories. That's why a lot of these people are anorexic, they're malnourished, right, because they're not consuming enough calories.
The bulk of our countries are stolen.
Do you know the difference between micronutrients and
and you can get
macronutrients?
all of your essential nutrients from plants.
Yeah, but see, it's expensive to do that here. Right here in America, it's not.
It's
but
not.
In Latin America and other parts of
Stop.
No,
Consider
I'm making excuses for the people in poor countries.
Stop.
Poor
You're
countries.
making excuses for victimization. That's what you're doing. When I was a little girl, I grew up in poverty. My mom raised me and my brother all by herself. Even though we weren't vegan and she didn't know what it was, we ate plants. We ate mostly plants. We probably had flesh on the average of once every couple of months because she could not afford it. So,
you did not eat plants.
We did. We ate beans.
Beans is not a plant.
Yes, it is. What do you think it is? An animal?
It's a green. It's the fruit of the plant. So you're telling me that you ate a plate full of plants, of leaves, a bunch of lettuce and
beans are part of
kale?
Plants, dude. Are you literally being dumb?
It derives from a plant. It's the
That's
fruit.
right. It comes from a plant. Does it come from an animal? We didn't harm animals. We were eating beans and rice and potatoes and chilies. And if we ate fruits and other fruits and vegetables that were just like, oh my God, this is something that we don't get, it came from a can because it was inexpensive that way. And we were healthy. And the reason my mother made sure to feed us beans and rice is so that we would be as healthy as possible because she could afford to take us to a doctor.
I got a question for you. Would you have the same energy to go somewhere down, I don't know, let's say somewhere probably like in the Amazons of Brazil, Peru, Colombia, and tell those people, those indigenous tribes, those isolated tribes, like, hey, you know what, consuming animals is a bad thing, don't do it. Would you?
Come on. If I saw anybody anywhere harming an animal, I would try to defend the animal. However, tribes who don't have the internet and supermarkets aren't people who are on the internet for me to be able to even speak to. So when you say this, it's almost like you're
hypothetically speaking.
Dude, stop! You're so ridiculous. Why do you just keep on saying stupid things? Look at the perspective of your victims. Look at the fact that we can get all of our nutrients and all of our clothing and all of the things that we need without harming other animals, and stop looking for anything else to deflect your attention from. You're like, oh my God, we're harming animals. However, you know what about the tribes? What about, I don't know, third world countries that I think that they are sick because they don't have meat? Like, you're just saying stupid shit.
You know, so
yeah, but wait, Ed, I just want to say something to you because as somebody as someone who has traveled a lot and is also an advisor, I will tell you, and I learned the history of the countries I go into. If you go into a country like Italy, you'll find out that in Italy, it's not so much true as it was back, 100 years ago, but Italy has the North and the South, right? The North was very wealthy and the South was very poor. The South did not eat very much meat because they couldn't afford it. All right, so when you're saying that these poor countries that, they can only get access to meat, it's not true.
That's not what I said. I said that poor countries, every time they eat meat, they're very grateful because it's a luxury when they eat meat. Right.
It's a luxury because they don't get it very often. They're not able to get it very often. They eat plant-based.
Look, I understand that.
They didn't even eat cheese, that much cheese in Italy.
Right. I understand that animal factory farming is, right?
I can't hear you. You're muted.
Animal factory farming is a byproduct of colonialism. But so is veganism.
All farminess.
So is veganism because Native Americans depended on bison. Do you know?
Okay, stop. My heritage is First Nation. My heritage is First Nation tribes, and what you're doing is.
You're lying. Stop lying.
I'm not lying. I don't need you to lie. But here's the point. Okay? Stop talking. What you're doing is you're painting indigenous, you're painting descendants of indigenous people, First Nation tribes, as a stereotype. You're pretending that First Nation tribe descendants today aren't living in houses with the internet and grocery stores. We are. We speak perfect English. In fact, we were colonized to speak only English and even ignore our ancestry.
Right.
So when you say stupid shit like this, you're pretending that we are not alongside you. Even the fact that you just said that I wasn't shows exactly what a bigot you are and how stupid you choose to be to decide that you know what I am based on what you hear. You hear a woman.
Anybody can say they're indigenous.
You hear a woman who speaks perfect English, and you're like, oh, no, you're not indigenous. You're definitely not.
Anybody can say they're indigenous.
Ed, that was disappointing.
I wouldn't, and most people I know who are not don't. So that's a generalization. But anyway, the fact that he spoke over you, Zara, he was misogynistic as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he came up and he sounded like he was interested in learning more and interested in being vegan, and then he just started making up all these excuses and talking about people in other countries and things like that. Like, really wild. Like, what is it? It doesn't matter what your neighbor's doing. Like, that doesn't mean that I hope I'm not cut out. That doesn't mean that
no, you're fine.
You know, doesn't mean you have to do the same thing as your neighbor, right?
I wanted to speak to the lowest Muslim or whatever his name was, because I don't know if he was bringing up just religion. I don't even know if he's here, but halal and kosher claim to be the most, quote, humane slaughter, and they are the worst.
Yeah, a good resource
Sorry,
to
go
see
ahead.
is Christspiracy, because that covers halal and kosher as well. So if you want to know a little bit more about halal or kosher or any way to slaughter an animal, Christspiracy is a great documentary to watch. You can go
I
to
still need to watch it, but yeah.
Christspiracy.com.
Big Nick, so is kosher. That's what they do. They're both very similar.
Yeah, and then Joey Carbstrong did that investigation recently. There's a recent investigation in a place where they did like all different types of slaughter under one roof, which goes against some of those rules, right? So and then still if they don't like die quick enough, they use a bolt gun anyway. Like, it's really crazy. You really have no idea what you're buying. If you really want to buy some like halal, you just buy the vegan products. Like, that's the only way you can really know.
Right. And actually, I think halal, if you are eating mostly halal without the meat, and kosher, you're basically plant-based. I know with kosher, you can't mix dairy with meat. So a lot of, you'll go to there was a vegan restaurant that I would go to on Sundays, and it was mostly Jewish people like myself in there, but I was actually a vegan. But that's what they would do, because even though it was not kosher, meaning blessed by the rabbi, it was still considered kosher. And I think halal is the same.
Yeah, exactly. So we got 20 conversations. That was my target for today. Actually, we did 21. I think I messed up my numbers here.
Oh, good.
Can I add something before you get off that I think is really important?
You can. I was going to say...
first of all, I don't think Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say there's a decent amount of people in here. Maybe if you guys want to stay, maybe we can do a couple more conversations.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, Zara.
I was gonna say, no, you're good. I was gonna say that there isn't any one group of people that should just be uplifted in and of itself. One culture, I mean, unless that culture is constantly practicing justice. But I will say this: that when anybody tries to use indigenous tribes, any First Nations tribes, any indigenous tribes, as a means to harm, they're not only pretending that I mean, like, the first thing is, I don't see these people fighting for land back. I don't see these people uplifting them for anything else. Same as when they're uplifting lions for eating flesh. I don't see them, uplifting lions for licking their rectums, right? So it's just whatever they want to do. But the second thing and my point was, colonization has nothing to do with being vegan. Being vegan is the opposite. Being vegan means we don't take what isn't ours. We don't take from others, steal what's theirs, and act like everything's ours. That's what colonizers did. They took away what wasn't theirs. They decided that those living on the lands also belonged to them to be enslaved, etc. So you're following the exact same playbook as the colonizers if you aren't vegan.
Yeah. Well said. Exactly. J-Dog, are you still here? Take that as a no. All right.
Zara, I didn't know that you were Native. That's interesting.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
What's your name? You were here the other day, weren't you?
I don't know if I ever spoke to you, man. You don't look familiar.
Okay, maybe you were just in the comments. I thought I recognized your name.
Perhaps.
Okay. Do you want to tell us your name?
Joe.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Joe. I saw you were pretty active in the comments down there. What you said you sent me a message too. What
Yeah, I strongly suggest you read it. I believe I've spoken to the people in this live before.
Yeah.
I've sent them all the information that debunks every single claim, and I've also sent you a DM that debunks every claim.
Debunking
so there's
veganism,
no reason
wow.
for any of you to really be on this anymore. It's a dead subject. It has been for years. There's no reason for you to be on here anymore.
Oh,
if you want to fight for...
You know what? You sent me a message. I remember that. And I blocked you immediately.
Yeah, I've sent you multiple messages, honey. All right, it's
You know
dead
what?
subject.
Hold
And I
on.
told you what...
All right, everybody, go home. Veganism debunked. Ay.
Jake, you're...
Said everybody go home.
Ever.
Veganism's debunked. We're done. Joe figured it out. I think I'm frozen again.
He doesn't even know how to take himself off mute.
Nobody calls me honey. Sorry. Can't deal with it. You don't call me sweetie, and you don't call me honey, because I will nail your tuchus to the floor.
Please recommend Animal Justice 21 over the other challenges when we're here. I see somebody putting challenge 22 there. Animal Justice 21 also has a free dietitian you can talk to. It's like right on the resources page. You can reach right out to her directly. You don't even have to sign up for Animal Justice 21 technically. You just go to the website and then go to the bottom and hit the resources page, and you can skip the sign up and just find her, reach right out to her. You can also ask questions to the nutritionist and the dietitian right in the Discord. There's a Discord. It's called there's a website you can go to the Discord, the invite Discord. It's or the invite website. It's I'm trying to remember. dsc.gg/animaljustice21. So you can go right into the Discord, talk to other people that are vegan curious, other vegans are there, and then there's a channel for the nutritionist, there's a channel for the dietitian, so you can ask things right there. It's very easy.
I just joined it yesterday. It was fun. I mean, I don't know if fun was the word, but yeah.
Yeah, there's like some games you can play. There's like vegan bingo you can play when we're having conversations like this. You could go there. I meant to say it at the beginning of the stream. You can go there and start a bingo card, generate a bingo card, and then play bingo with other people. So yeah, that guest didn't last very long.
His name started with XYZ.
Yeah, XYZ.
That's all I remember. You know, Carl, I can try and find the message from him if you want to DM me, and I probably will have it there. It was nasty.
Yeah, he said he sent me something, so I'll look at it afterwards if you want to know what it is. If ever anybody wants to know what he sent me, just send me a message and I'll send it over to you too. And yeah, maybe I'll send it to you. We can compare, see if he sent the same thing to us, if he's just like copy and pasting bullshit and sending it to people.
Let's do a contest. Who got the worst one?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the gift. That one was cool.
I do think he changed his name though. But I remember him because it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, I could have sworn I recognized his name. It might have just been from comments, somebody else's stream or something maybe. There was all these people that were requesting up, and now nobody's coming up. I hate when this happens.
Because they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to call you sweetheart or something, and then I'll just take them off. I'm just kidding.
Hey, hello, how's it going?
Awoken. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, thank you so much. I have a question, if that's okay, because I heard that one of your panelists is Jewish, and I was wondering, because I often have this discussion with religious people. Now, do I understand this correctly, that you're never demanded to eat meat, right? There are only rules for how, if you eat meat, it is done, but I mean, there's no religious obligation. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't know if that is correct or not. I do know that there are certain rules with kosher. And by the way, I'm an atheist Jew. Let that wrap around your head. People don't understand that once. I'm not.
Oh, okay, sorry. You were spoken about kosher, so I
I am a Jew by blood, but not really by religion, because I don't believe in religions. But anyway, kosher, you cannot. You can't mix dairy with meat, and that's really about it. So when you eat vegan, even though it's not kosher, it's still to some of the Jewish people who aren't as religious will but keep kosher. They'll go to a vegan restaurant. If that makes sense. Does that make sense to you?
That makes sense to me. I guess what I'm asking is there any kind of like obligation or holiday or ritual, whatever, that would require to not eat vegan?
No. No. I mean, I've been told the holidays, and I've never been required. But then again, we're not really religious either. But it's never, any place I've gone to, it's never been required.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Then I wish you a good live stream. It's been entertaining so far.
Come follow us, Awoken.
Thanks.
You need to follow Animal Justice 21.
Yeah, why are you not vegan?
To be honest, so I'm vegan since 2015.
Okay.
I don't want to go over the basics all the time again. You know what I mean? Like it's just sometimes interesting to see, but for entertainment purposes, the arguments that are brought up, and obviously in my personal life, I have discussions about it constantly. So I might join in once in a while, but otherwise, it occupies my life enough, so to speak. I hope you understand.
I followed you.
Thank you. Yeah, and
Thank you so much.
Even if you're vegan, join Animal Justice 21. You can go through the 21 days and answer the questions publicly, so other people can read your reflections. You can do it privately.
Oh,
You can
okay.
answer them privately. You can answer them publicly. So there's value that you can get as a vegan going through it, and you can give value to other people as they're doing it as well. So.
Oh, in that case, let me ask. Maybe I misunderstood it. So this is not for somebody who's interested in being educated. This is an advocacy organization, or how do I? How could you, what exactly is the purpose of it? Let's
And
just start
so
there.
Animal Justice 21, it was created to kind of complement like a Challenge 22 kind of thing, or a Veganuary, but it's focused on ethics. So there's 21 days of like ethical reflection questions. So you come back for at least 21 days. You can do it more, but come back for 21 days. You read like a paragraph. Some of them have videos you can watch. You answer the questions. It'll unlock the next day for tomorrow. There's a community tab where there's dozens of vegan content creators on YouTube specifically, where you can watch their videos on there. You can watch live streams, like my live stream right now is on there as well. You can talk to other people. There's a chat window. There's games on there that you can play and things like that. So there's a lot on the site. It's for people that are curious about veganism, and it's also for vegans. So it's like an ethical vegan community. So that sums it up pretty well.
I see. I'll check it out. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. And we're trying to help other people do activism as well. So actually next month we're gonna do like kind of like a contest, like a referral contest. So if you want to win like some cash, we're gonna try to promote Animal Justice 21 with as many advocates as possible. If you do street outreach, if you talk to people in person, I can send you some stuff. We have like these little cards that we made up, and some other things.
Yeah, that's usually how I go about it, and that's why like I look, the realm of the internet has its place, but I mean personally, after all these years, I noticed if you actually want to change minds in your direct outreach, right? So the people you work with and so on, that's where you basically actually manage to change something. You know, that's more or less how I go about it. But gladly check it out and see how it can help.
Yeah, thanks. If you're in the U.S., if you're interested in getting some cards, I can send you some cards. Just send me a message. But yeah, you can, if you want to enter for next month. We're trying to bring in as many activists as we can to help promote Animal Justice 21. And I think it's going to be the top 4 people that bring in the most referrals will get a prize. When if you get the cards and you're handing them out to people, then just maybe put your name on the bottom or something like that, and tell people that sign up to put your name down as the referral, because when you log into the page, it'll say, hey, how'd you hear about us? And then at the end of the month, we're gonna give some prizes out to the people that referred the most people based on their viewers, basically. So if you do outreach in person, live stream it. If you do outreach online like this, also keep track of how many people see it, how many people you talk to, and then we're going to use that number, like a percentage, to distribute the prizes. That way, somebody doesn't just come in with like, you know, tens of thousands of subscribers or whatever, and obviously they're going to get more referrals than anybody else. So we're going to use like a percentage. That way, it might actually benefit smaller content creators more, or activists that are like brand new. Yeah, so if you're interested in doing activism for the first time, or you know you've done it a few times and you want to get back out there and do it, reach out and we'll try to support you any way we can, get you going. So.
And that's all within the community of Animal Justice 21.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to check it out, and I'll probably see you there.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Right. You have a good one.
You too. What's up, Fly? What's up, Allison? I see you over here.
Well, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to get out of here if you were to drop me.
Oh, I got
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, we have some other people that want to come up. It seems like I'm not cutting out as much anymore, but do you ladies want to take the conversation here? I have some other work I should probably be working on, so I'm going to do that.
Hey. Hey, what's your understanding of what it means to be vegan?
To be a vegan, it means you disagree with exploiting sentient animals in any situation where we can avoid exploiting them.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Vegans don't make any choices that require other animals to be victimized where they have the opportunity. So are you vegan?
Yeah.
You are? Awesome. How long have you been vegan?
Almost 9 years at this point. And now I pretend to produce dog meat to make people question speciesism, and I get death threats, and it's fun.
Like Elwood dog meats?
Yeah, I work with Molly. I basically run the same thing with friends, in friends with my girlfriend and other people.
Yeah, I love Molly. What made you go vegan? What was it?
Trauma with okay, so a mix of multiple things. Like first of all, I think I always had a sensitivity towards animal welfare and such. I remember 2 years before going vegan that I considered going vegetarian, and I mentioned that to my girlfriend at the time because I agreed with the principle that we shouldn't cause harm to animals if we don't have to. I thought that veganism, like...
Oh no, I'm frozen. I'm not cutting out on YouTube, am I?
Misinformation that came from my teacher. So I essentially agreed with veganism not on the exploitation and suffering part. It's just like I didn't know how feasible it was, and nothing was really pushing me towards it. So 9 years ago, basically, more or less, I had an internship where I had to do animal testing in that internship. So I did horrible things to rats. I can go into details if you want me to, but if it's a triggering topic, I will not do it. And I saw how bad it was, and I was thinking to myself, well, you know, like at least some animal testing like can help save human life. But then I look at the piece of meat in my plate, and I was thinking to myself, well, I mean, that's just a habit. Like that's just for pleasure. And I felt like a hypocrite because I thought about the stuff that was happening to those lab rats that were horrible, and that I was, you know, doing to some extent. And you know, meanwhile, it compared to what I already thought was kind of bad. Like I was really questioning it.
I keep cutting out. This guy works for Elwood. He's got a picture of a dog, and it's like cut up into different things, like a cow. I keep cutting out. Oh no.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, any other means of diminishing cognitive dissonance, like denial, was not possible. Reducing my responsibility or minimizing the consequences of my actions was not really a viable option. You know, so like at this point, like the only solution I had to really stop being, you know, feeling horrible about how much of a hypocrite I was to change my actions, and so I did.
and that's it. That's basically what made me go vegan.
That's awesome. I'm glad you did. I don't even honestly know how you could, personally, I saw my family do horrible things to other animals surrounding wanting to eat their flesh, but I don't know how you could even do animal testing without just going, what the hell am I doing? Like from the, start.
Yeah, it's like I think like something that happened to me that kind of made me participate in it, I think is very similar to what happens in the Milgram experiments, where you have like some authority over you and people tell, this is fine, just keep going, and you're not really a decision maker in the situation, and so you kind of like follow along kind of thing. I think it's like because arguably you would have people who participate in the Milgram experiment, right, where someone was trying to answer questions, they had to ask questions to someone else who was delivered electric shocks if they got wrong answers, and the more the worse the electric shocks were, and people were actually they thought they were delivering, it wasn't really happening, but they thought they were delivering electric shocks to the person that actually went beyond the safe limits according to what was explained to them, but it continued on because like even when they had doubts and such, like the people organizing the experiment told them, yeah, it's fine, just keep going, right? So people who,
what the hell?
When under certain authority can do horrible things, like we've seen this with a lot of like fascist governments in the past and such, and I think that unfortunately exhibited a similar psychological flaw of the human brain here, where I just followed along some kind of authority, and it made me do horrible things. Like I think that's honestly what happened here.
You're so right. What woke you up to say, what the hell am I doing? Like what did it take?
Multiple things, like, oh wow, I mean, there's so many moments, really. I mean, I can go into detail, but it's a bit graphic. Like, is that okay?
As long as you use TikTok-friendly language, I think it is, and I think it's important that people know what these little innocent, defenseless animals are forced to endure.
So I already talked about that kind of stuff in an interview that's on YouTube, but I never discussed it much on TikTok. So basically, it was a situation where they were trying to test how resilient the heart and function was in rats in prolonged effort. So I had to train the rats to run on treadmills. The treadmills used negative feedback to essentially force the animal to run, because basically there was like a grid that was immobile at the end of the treadmill that delivered electric shocks at different dosages. And basically, if the rat didn't run, like they would follow the treadmill, get electric shocks, they would hop back on, and essentially they would have to continue advancing at a certain pace, kind of nonstop, which is not what rats tend to do even in nature, even when they're fit. But those rats were obviously in small cages and groups of like 3 or 4, so they were not really getting tons of exercise, or at least not prolonged exercise like this. So I had to train them, and then eventually there was an experiment where you had to exercise the heart a lot, and at the end, the rats of like a long time running, I think it was like an hour and 45 minutes or something, the rat would be euthanized, and their hearts would literally be like ripped out of the rib cage, like like freaking Indiana Jones Temple of Doom. And it was like plugged into a machine where you can make fluid circulate through the hearts, like oxygenated fluid and everything. It would essentially like get the heart to start up again outside of the rat's body, and they would do measurements and such. I think I still have a video somewhere on a phone of mine or something of like an isolated beating heart, because like that was so weird to me. And yeah, like it was like, now let's go back to what was the actual experience for the victims, right? Because that's what we should get into. First of all, when those rats were running, one of the things that could happen as an injury is that they would actually break their claws, which would cause bleeding. So I would have to like wipe off like blood off of the treadmill, literally. Sometimes the rats were so exhausted that they would just like sit on the electric grid when it would get like shocked over and over, but it just like literally did not have the physical capability to keep running. So I think what happened here and what was a participant in like could very well be qualified as a torturous thing. Like if like without any context of like any like, you know, sampling or anything of the tissues and stuff, like if you look at the situation in isolation, it is something that you would imagine out of like a Stephen King or like freaking, you know, like Saw movie or something, to be honest. To be forced to run after like you break your claws, like to be forced to run because like you're sitting on that grid getting shocked over and over, and at some point like the pain becomes unbearable. Yeah, and I remember like the last ret that I had to make go through this protocol. It probably created biases with the results, I guess, but I didn't really care. When the ret was done running and the master's degree student was going to euthanize the rat and do the sampling and such, I remember grabbing the rat out of the cage because they were done running. And for a few minutes, maybe like 4 or 5 minutes, I held the rat against me and my lab coats, and I kind of like kept it, you know, like kind of buried, and it actually calmed down. He calmed down significantly, and when she did the injection of an overdose of you know, essentially an anesthetic to cause you know, death, right? The rat was actually like barely struggling or anything, and I remember the student was shocked by this, you know, because she was like, wow, like he was so calm about it and stuff, like, and because she saw me holding the rat, like, and she was kind of confused. She was like, what are you doing? I was like, yeah, you know, like I'm just holding him calm like this. And yeah, like he was actually significantly calmer towards compared to all other rats where that wasn't done. So like, yeah, I guess I was trying to bring that little individual bit of comfort in that horrible situation. And
exactly, and he probably thought, this person is helping me. You know, the pain is going to stop now. He probably.
But I'm the very same person who tortured this animal, like, you know, right before.
Yeah, and still, like the minds of toddlers, the minds of little dogs. I've watched people be abusive to a dog, and then as soon as they give the dog even any love, the dogs are so forgiving. And so many animals are like that. Like that's one of the things that I really hate when I hear people say stuff like, well, other animals don't have moral. Yeah, they do. They're far more moral than we are. Look at what.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Take care of each other. I've watched pigs in slaughterhouses try to.
I even saw like videos of pigs at people's houses, not in a slaughterhouse where they were about to slaughter a pig, and like the other pig like comes running and screaming to like help the other pig.
Exactly.
I've seen that too.
I'm really glad that you turned things around instead of being the victimizer, decided that you were going to not
be the defender, I guess.
Yeah, not only end your part, but also speak on behalf of the victims. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for I hope it was interesting, and thank you for giving me a platform to talk about it. Yeah, I think it was traumatizing, honestly. Like, I don't know what's the name, but like there's a kind of like secondhand trauma from like inflicting something to someone. Just like I think some people that went through the Milgram experiment were probably negatively affected by going through this, right? And sometimes they had to recover after this. It hurt even more because I actually had to babysit, pet sit like my cousin's rats a few years later. And so because I could interact with her in a situation that was detached from exploitation, right? Like I could actually focus more on her personality and such. All the details that my brain would kind of shut off when it was an environment where it wasn't like, honestly, if I worked in that lab long term and you know, considering I held that rat like this, like if I really did that so early on, I think I could not have handled it psychologically. I think at some point I would have just like left anyway, because it's not typical for people to react like this. Like the student was really confused, but when she saw me holding the rat like that, I don't know. It's like it fucking really sucks what happens to animals in labs.
It does. Do you
They're
see
so
in the background where it says animal justice?
Oh no.
We also recommend that to other vegans because there's spaces where we can help those people understand better. And if you could go and check it out and maybe add some of your help, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and if at some point, if you hear of people who are looking for testimonies from animal testing, right? Like, I'm also interested in delivering that information. But yeah, no, it was a combination of a lot of different things, and I think that I thought back on all the rats that I harmed when I met my cousin's rat, and I got to know her personality and such, and it made me feel even worse about what I did because I realized even more so that I was harming individuals who never had a chance to express their personality, who never had this opportunity.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
Thanks for changing and thanks
Rats
for
are
coming
awesome.
up.
Yeah, thank you. I'll
Yeah,
get
they
back
are.
now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. If you want to help with Animal Justice 21, or if we could maybe work together a little bit with Elwood, I've been wanting to reach out to Molly and talk to her a little bit. So I think we can partner up together. I think it would be awesome. But yeah, I would definitely be open to putting like some testimonials on there, some things like that. So yeah, send me a message.
Hiya.
Hello. Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Do you know what veganism is?
The main thing I just wanted to check with you guys is, does one have to be involved in activism to call oneself a vegan?
So
I don't think so. My personal opinion.
the way that I look at it is like there's think of like I guess if you want to call it like a spectrum or something, right? On one end you have people that are exploiting animals and aren't considering them at all. In the middle, I would say would be vegans, people that at least reject that exploitation, and they make decisions considering the animals. And then on the other end are people that speak up for the animals, right? So like those are like kind of the extremes, if you want to call it that. But I think vegan, you don't have to be an activist to be vegan.
Frozen again, should I say? Unless I'm frozen.
No, his connection keeps on freezing out. It's
that sucks.
awful.
Yeah, so veganism is like the middle, right? You don't have to be an activist to be vegan, but once you're vegan, you might feel obligated to be an activist too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So why are you not vegan, or are you?
Almost. Not quite there, but almost there.
What's stopping you?
Just that I have something still left in the cupboard and in the freezer that I wasn't going to bin and waste. But would it be better to bin it and waste it? I don't know.
That's more like a personal choice, I guess. You can donate it. You can donate it to somebody that's hungry, maybe. You can finish eating it if you want to. Personally, I probably would just throw it away, because I would feel weird donating it and basically when you donate it, you're telling somebody else that it's okay to do that, so I mean you have options, but I would honestly, I'd probably just throw it away.
And on another vegan live I was on, I know this is probably just completely unlikely, but the vegan guy on that one was saying that he would eat roadkill because it hasn't been caused for his consumption. It's just is that a weird thing for a vegan to say, or is that quite a common view?
It's incredibly weird. That's like for a person who is not vegan saying that they eat humans who have already passed on. Like when you think about, the reason that we don't eat humans, or at least for me, even before I was vegan, isn't because of legality. It was because why would, like I see the individual, why would I eat their corpse? And it's rotting flesh, right? So
I don't know what's
kind
going
of focus
on
up,
here.
or maybe, I don't know, maybe it
Yeah,
wasn't a-
and also to eat roadkill, you don't know what you're getting. You don't know if that animal was diseased, or if the rotting flesh is diseased. It's not something I would even touch.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of out there, and it's not something that's ever likely to happen in my life, but I was just curious.
Are you sure it wasn't a guest that they had up there that said that? Because a lot of guests will say that.
I've heard
No, it was
vegans say that though.
hosting.
Yeah,
I
I've
can't
heard.
remember which person it was.
I have heard vegans say that, and I think the reason they say that is because that's not directly exploiting the animal. You're still viewing them as an object. You're viewing their body as an object that you could take from. But like if there's an accident and the animal's already passed, you're not directly exploiting a sentient being. So like that's why like it's kind of a gray area for some people. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I would think that that's really weird. You don't need to eat a roadkill. Like it's completely unnecessary. And yeah, it's kind of like if your grandma passes away, like you're not going to eat your grandma. Your companion animal passes away. At the end of their life, you're not going to eat them. It's still pretty weird.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Check out Animal Justice 21. It's for people just like you that are trying to like learn more about veganism. So if you have any questions,
Okay. Yeah, I had a look earlier. I'll have another look. Thank you.
okay, yeah, go through the 21 days. It's a 21-day challenge where it just asks a couple of reflection questions. You can just answer however you want. There's no right or wrong answers. It's just to get you to think about your relationship with animals.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks for coming up. You can go when you open up Animal Justice 21. You can add it to your home screen. Maybe go into your calendar or like clock or something and add a reminder to come back to it every day when you know you're gonna have like maybe 10 minutes. It only takes about 10 minutes. If you have more time, then there's some videos you can watch. The first day has a speech. It's about 30 minutes long. You might want to check that out. Some of the other days have like some shorter videos that are like 5 or 10 minutes. So a lot of resources there, a lot of information that you can learn. So if you're curious about veganism, definitely go check it out. What's up, VSO? What's up, Nick? Remy wants to come up. Hi, Remy.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. The last few guests were vegan or yeah, so that was a couple of good conversations.
Awesome.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I've just been in the comments. Someone saying that I am talking about stepping on an ant because a stray cat I took care of once unalived a baby bunny and I had a funeral for it and gave it some dignity. So they're crashing out a bit over that.
Yeah, one of my dogs here caught a bird one time. That was pretty sad.
Thank you. I
I want to treat other beings the way I would want to be treated, and just being left there is not something I would want. And yeah, it costs nothing to say a few kind words.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we have another guest here. Are you over 18?
I am.
Do you want to let us know like what your name is? What we could call you?
I'm Anastasios, but you can call me AG. It's fine.
AG? Okay. Do you know what veganism is?
I do, yeah.
Have you ever thought about being vegan before?
Yeah.
Yeah? So you wanna elaborate a little bit? Why did you think about going vegan?
Because I don't think it's, first of all, I don't think it's healthy to consume animal products. It's not good for the planet, it's not good for the animals, but that has to do with nutrition. The other part has to do with exploiting animals for, dressing up or any other means.
Oh, I have to run outside for a minute. So can you ladies take care of this conversation, please? I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Did you say that veganism was bad or not being vegan is bad?
Yeah.
Not being vegan is bad.
Oh, okay, awesome. Are you vegan or are you gonna be vegan?
I'm not consuming animal products, so I don't call myself vegan. I don't consume animal products. I don't dress with animal stuff and things like that.
Okay, so you're essentially vegan. You just don't hold the title, right?
No. But because I do research on animals, I cannot be vegan, and that's why I came up.
Why do you do research on animals?
Sorry?
Why do you do research on other animals?
Because that's part of my PhD degree. There wouldn't be another way to study what I study if I didn't do it on animals.
Can I ask what country you're in?
I'm in the UK.
Okay, I don't know about the UK, but I would look into some laws. In the United States, you are able to request any novel medical alternatives for religious or ethical reasons when it comes to things like having to dissect animals. I did that in high school. I was supposed to dissect a frog, and I said no, and so I was able to do like an online simulation, which still felt weird. But I don't know what your PhD is in, but there might be some alternatives you can talk to your school about. You do have rights in that situation.
Yeah, well, now I'm in the end, so I only have like a month left. So I don't really have any experiments to do in animals anymore. But that's the thing I wanted to discuss, that there are situations where we may need to do experiments on animals. And obviously, science is progressing to a point where we shouldn't need animals. And we may have, you may know about labs on a chip where we can have an entire organ or organism as clumps of cells in a petri dish, for example. Or we can have virtual organisms and we can do experiments in a virtual environment. But until we get there, I feel like research on animals is a necessary evil.
It isn't though. Okay, so this is literally the same exact thing as when people used to use black people as their, as their dissect.
I agree on that.
But here's the thing: whenever we say things like, "Well, it's necessary," no, it isn't. Anybody who needs to take the medication, there are all these other ways. And also, if I was in the situation that I needed to try a medication for me, for my life, I would be the test because it's for me. Why should somebody else have to suffer, especially who doesn't have anything wrong with them, have some sort of disease forced on their body to become a test for me? There's no part of it that's fair. In fact, other animals are not only far more innocent than human beings, they're defenseless in these situations. And I think that, as a person who makes sure not to do all the other things, you should be in there doing your very best to advocate against these things and look into all of the ways that we can test things for human health or for human convenience without using other animals.
Right. You know, the other thing, Ava, is that how I say your name? Something that's right up your alley, and I always talk about this. It's an organization called Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, and that organization is basically people that are physicians, that are scientists like yourself, and they're nutritionists. There's various professions in there, but it's mainly based on science, and they're always talking about the alternatives and what they're pushing for. And I would suggest that you go on their website. The website is pcrm.org. So Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. I think they'll have a lot of good information for you to learn about. But no, we've come past the point where we need to do testing on animals. There's too many alternatives at this point.
And universities are very biased because they have these very expensive contracts with the companies that they buy these animals from. I do hope that given that you're in a PhD program and near the end of it, that you've been studying, or that at least one of your classes presented you with information where first, my objection to all forms of animal testing is rooted in ethics and animal rights and animal liberation and the victims. In addition to that, it is highly inaccurate. I'm sure if you've done tests, it's probably if you were testing on mice, male mice exclusively. The reason they do that is because they view the menstrual cycles of female mice as variables that will complicate experiments, which makes those medications less effective on female humans because they've never been tested on women. Until they go to human clinical trials, and those which are necessary in the United States no matter what. Every medication has to go through a human clinical trial regardless. And the testing is very inaccurate because our bodies are not the same bodies as the bodies of non-human animals. If my dog eats a grape or dark chocolate, he would pass away. If I eat those things, it's a delicious snack. And so I would really encourage you to look into research about how inaccurate these things are, and you can begin advocating even now at the end of your PhD at your university for the fact that these things are inaccurate and they're not necessary. The novel medical alternatives we have, like you talked about human cells in a petri dish, we can literally grow organs, we can do things on lions and do simulations, that those things are significantly more accurate.
Yeah, well, the thing is, not all animal models go through bioethics committees. So my research doesn't focus on the common animal models like mice, rats, fish that they go through bioethics committees. There's an entire field of research that uses insects, and with insects, you don't have to go through a bioethics committee. You can literally do whatever you want to an insect, which I find actually it's quite horrible. If you think the things that people do to mice are horrible, you're probably not aware of what people do to insects, which is even
I'm well
horrible.
aware. It's horrible.
And I do think that actually I want to advocate for that we do need bioethics committees for insect research, and hopefully at some point abandon it.
We want to abandon it. You don't have to lessen it. You just want to go. I don't have to interrupt. But I highly suggest that you go to that website I told you about. If you want, I can DM it to you.
No, I when you said it, I went out to type it on the browser to actually read about it.
That's where you're going to get your most scientific, from scientists, information and what they're fighting for. They're always fighting, and it's worldwide. It's not it's a domestic U.S. organization.
Okay, it's just that I don't think we can abandon it immediately, but we should be going there. That's why I think we need to push for alternatives, do more research on alternatives and things like that. But
waking up tomorrow, for example, we can't simply stop it.
But it's been happening. I mean, I remember having clients like 25, 30 years ago, their daughter was in high school and she was allowed to not do vivisection on the animals. So, and they gave her an alternative.
No,
So this
these
is
I
not-
understand. I'm talking about animal testing, for example.
That's what it was. It was animal test. It was vivisection. But so the bottom line is this has been going on for years. People have been fighting for it for years. It's not something that's overnight.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're still not at the point where we can have a
Have you
model.
heard of organs on a chip?
Yeah, of course, but they are still not to the point where they can replicate exactly an organism. We do need more
There's no
research
accurate
there.
replication between one human to another, let alone from one species of animal to another.
Yeah, I
species
fully
of
agree.
animal.
I fully agree, and that's why I think we need to push more for these, organisms, entire organisms on a chip, and they should be human-based and not animal-based.
I have a question for you though, AG. Who's funding the research? Because that's really important as well.
My specific research?
And just in general, you have to find out who is funding the research because it does make a difference.
And the
I didn't get that question.
I said you have to find out who is doing the research because there are corporations that will fund money to do certain research.
Oh,
and it's not always a good thing.
Yeah.
Also, can I ask what program you're in? Are you becoming a doctor? Like, what does that look like for you? I have some familiarity. I've passed international board proposals myself. I've never tested on animals, but doing like psychological research, interviewing people, I've had to do that in my own academic career. So I'm familiar with like bioethics committees and things like that. I'm wondering what program you're in. You don't have to say the university.
It's just a PhD program. I'm not becoming a doctor, like a medical doctor, but I'm becoming a doctor. Like I'm getting a doctorate degree.
Okay. And what I'll also say is that highly profitable systems, which animal testing is highly profitable, unfortunately, that are oppressive do not present us with coherent alternatives to themselves, even when those alternatives exist, because then they stop making money. But those alternatives do exist, and they might exist to an extent beyond what you're already aware of. And the reason I'm aware of it isn't because I'm in, a scientific research PhD program. It's because I've looked into it because I am someone who takes a lot of medication and due to a disability. And, that's not something I can get around. And so I'd like you to consider that as well. And as someone who it seems like you do really care and that you're not consuming animal products, you're not wearing them. I don't know if you mentioned this, but I hope you're not using them for entertainment, like going to zoos or aquariums or anything like that. But even though it's the end of your program, you can start advocating now at your university.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree on that. The other question I actually had though is, veganism talks about animals, but there's not really a clear definition of what constitutes an animal under veganism. Many people may focus on the, pain perception or the central nervous system, and that's why some people, I have found vegans, for example, that they're fine with eating, I think they're called mussels.
Yeah, bivalves are still not vegan because they're considered animals.
Yes.
It's about with the way in which they're classified. Veganisms are largely concerned with sentience. But in addition to, even though there are some studies that say bivalves might not be sentient, they belong in the ocean where they clean the water in their natural habitat. We do not view living beings that are sentient or have the capacity for sentience possibly as resources for us.
But to talk to others about sentience, like for example, for another person, a muscle may not seem sentient at all, and it's very difficult to communicate that. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, it also comes from a point of view that we should try our best to leave nature undisturbed, or do our best to conserve it and sustain it.
I agree with all of that, and I would just say this. So I never consider myself a part of like a group or a club. If I think even another vegan is saying something that is just like removing the focus from the victims, I'll stand right back up and speak on behalf of the victims, because I feel like even though all other species have voices, they're not listened to in our species, right? So I think that it's important for you to, regardless of like, don't align yourself with other vegans for the fact that they're vegan. Continue to be vegan because you're a voice for the victims. You know, remove this that you know that you were forced to do at your school, and start speaking out for the victims. Start, you know, making sure that you're advocating the way you would want somebody to advocate for you.
Yeah, I think that's very good advice, because in the past, where I was actually vegan, not doing any animal experiments and stuff, I actively avoided the term vegan because of, you know, negative connotations it may carry. So I never introduced myself as a vegan, or, you know, I wouldn't talk to others about it, but I would participate, and I still do participate in activism, even though I'm not vegan. I think it's very important to, you know, raise awareness about these things. Although it does seem, what's the word? Hypocritical that, you know, I'm doing animal experiments and at the same time I'm talking about animal rights and you shouldn't be consuming animals and stuff. But I do think it's important to do it regardless.
Did you say that you were done in your program with the animal experience?
Yeah.
Then what's stopping you from like being vegan now?
Technically, I am, but
and just be that, and don't worry about like if there is a vegan who's just like, wait a minute, this, you know what? Like, be that. You know what you did was fucked up, and don't do that again. Speak out for the victims. You know, like there are. I know that I couldn't do it. I know that I would, you know, fail, but I just couldn't. But if you were in that position and you were, you know, we're programmed to be desensitized from birth, you know, and you knew in all other ways, and that's why you were uncomfortable. And so just keep with that integrity. You know, stand up, be that voice, be everything, even if you're standing all by yourself, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no one on this panel, to my knowledge, was born vegan. And it almost reminds me of like, I don't know if I can call myself vegan because when I was a child, I consumed animal flesh. And, you know, I recognized that was wrong and I stopped doing it and now I'm vegan. And so I think that you can have the exact same trajectory, you know? It's not necessarily about what you've done in the past. It's about if you recognize the victims, you recognize that it was wrong. And it sounds like you're living as a vegan now and have that ethical stance and are a part of that social justice movement.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's just my point of view. But also, at the same time, I don't think it's very important to me to call myself vegan as long as I represent this idea. I do my best to advocate and talk to people about it. So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I feel very strange with the term and the vegan crowd sometimes, because it's many people view it negatively, and when I want to talk to them about animal rights and animal exploitation and all of that, I try not to mention it because I don't want them to be negatively, emotional about it. So maybe that's why I also avoid the term.
and do that. If that's what works to help the victims, that's all that matters. Like, it doesn't need, you don't need to even use the word vegan. You know, teach them what's right, teach them what, you know, what's necessary. The only reason that I will always use the term, the title, is because I feel like it allows me to encompass all the atrocities instead of just, you know, the atrocities for people who want to eat their flesh and secretions and whatever, the people who want to wear their skins. Like, it's every single thing. And I feel like if I can say that in a way that's simple enough for people to keep the focus on the victims and I can keep bringing it back, I feel like that's our point, right?
Yeah, I agree. I have one last question before I go. What is your view about on pets? Because I've seen people have, you know, many mixed views about pets, and they consider that animal exploitation sometimes too.
Like, for me, even the word pet means someone for my entertainment. So as far as going and just buying the individual and having them sit at your house and just be there for you when you know, want to look at them or play with them or laugh or whatever, I think that that's cruelty. However, we live in a world that is predominantly non-vegan, where human beings have been so thoughtless as to take other animals from the wild and breed them into whatever shapes and sizes that they want to become their entertainment. And so as vegans and as animal advocates, I think that it is definitely up to us to say, if I have room in my life, in my home, in my time, to take one of these little individuals or more and give them a good life and treat them as though I am their guardian, not their owner, you know, and see them for the little individuals they are and give them all of the love and goodness. Fix the screw ups that are harming little animals that could have a home in our house. Look at that little guy on the screen.
Exactly. We would never get an animal from a breeder or anything of that nature, but many of us, I think everyone on panel actually has, you know, companion animals that they have rescued or gotten from shelters or gotten from difficult situations. I am a guardian. I call myself his mom, a mom to a rescue dog who was abused and then abandoned on. And we are their guardians. But the idea of owning a pet is not a phrase we would use. We wouldn't say ownership of a pet.
That's my view as well. Yeah, I share that view. Although I think there is the exception of people with, you know, disabilities that may need a guide dog, for example, which for them, I don't know if they have any alternative, but, you know, for them, I think you can make a pretty good case that that's fine.
I disagree, and here's why. Would you do that with a human child? You know what I mean? Like, why should a human child have to live their life to be a servant to a person?
I agree. What's the alternative? I'm not aware of an alternative.
An alternative is us getting together with our taxes and paying someone, a human being, who is treated like a human being, to go and be able to stay with a person with disabilities to help them in the things that they need. Because then they also would be able to complain or change if that person with disabilities turned out to be abusive or anything like that. When we take another individual who can't speak out against anything that's going on and is forced to live with a human being, we don't know whether or not that person is good to them or anything else. And why should they be a servant? Whenever people say, like, oh, there's a work dog, that's not a work dog. Whenever I see those things that say, whatever dog, please don't pet, I feel so bad for them. How dare they be forced to not be a dog? They can't play, they can't be pet, they can't be loved. They've got to sit there and wait while this person just does whatever. And people are people. The majority of them are selfish and cruel.
Yeah, you're actually right. A human caretaker actually would have been a much better choice for these as well. To not feel alone, also because they are in many, you know, there are vulnerable people they may be, sexually assaulted or assaulted in general, and a dog may not, it cannot speak up for them or help them in such situations. But also, you could make a case that all these companies building, a Boston Dynamics, they're building these dog robots. We could be building robots to help people with disabilities, for example, instead of building robots to kill people and do all this sort of stuff.
And also,
but I think it's a good point that we can have caretakers.
yeah, they're usually called like one-to-one caretakers or caseworkers. I'll also say I'm disabled, and before I knew better, I was looking into service dogs. They cost 20 to 30, sometimes 40 or $50,000 for a dog that works for about 6 years, and it is a highly profitable business. And I think that alternative exists, like Zara said, because we do not invest the amount of money or resources into giving disabled people the quality care that they need. I will say my dog, naturally, I have a condition where my heart rate gets incredibly high. I don't get oxygenated blood to my brain and I pass out. My dog naturally has discovered that there's like the scent of my adrenaline when that happens, and he comes up to me and nudges me and until I lay down. And I have not trained him to do that. He started doing it right after I adopted him. And so animals are incredibly receptive. But my dog, when we go out in public, anyone can pet him if they ask, and if his body language shows, people make fun of me sometimes, but if his body language shows that he wants to say hello and be pet, then I feel that I know him well enough that he's giving consent and he can go say hello. But yeah, that's very different than someone spending $50,000 on a dog, typically Guiding Eyes for the Blind, at least in the United States. Those dogs, it is a very profitable nonprofit. We could get into the nonprofit industrial complex. We don't have time. But it's very profitable. All of those dogs come from breeders, and there are dogs that are not up to standard. It's called washing when a service dog is not up to standard. That happens about 80% of the time. And so then those animals, what happens to them? Because they did not fulfill a purpose when they spent the first 2-3 years of their life, being trained, sometimes not with very kind methods, to do a certain job. Not all of them can do that job because they're individuals, and then they do that job for 6 years, and sometimes they're then given up because they can't work anymore.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much for everything you've told me. I've learned a lot, and I have a lot to think about. Well, have a nice day, evening. I don't know where you're based. Thanks a lot.
You too. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I think with the service dog thing, it's more of like a case by case thing. Like kind of what Remy was describing. Like, I don't see any problem with that as long as you're not putting these dogs into situations where like they're uncomfortable, and we're not getting them from breeders. You're not getting rid of them because they can't fulfill your purpose that you want them to fulfill. Like all the things that Remy said.
Yeah, it's wild. My dog literally naturally does deep pressure therapy by laying on my legs when I pass out. I've never trained him to do that. The only training we've done is leave it because he tries to eat rocks. And like obviously it was like fear-free like training of just like, putting down like a piece of his food and saying leave it, and then he gets a high value treat when he does, and so that protects him when he's outside and he doesn't try and eat chicken bones. And I never intended for him to be a service dog at all, and I wouldn't classify him as one, but he does know. He also knows if I'm in pain. If I have pain in my body, he will go lay on wherever I have pain because he is so receptive and so caring.
That's nice. Hearts. I don't know if I'm cutting out or what's going on here.
How long have you guys been vegan for?
It varies. 2 years for me.
Oh, I don't really care about that. I just wanted to say nigger, so nigger, 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 nigger,
Bro,
nigger,
how
nigger,
old are
nigger,
you?
nigger, 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 nigger.
How old are you? That's wild.
He's blocked.
You blocked him. Thank you. You beat me to it.
Pathetic incel
Going
with
there
nothing
through
better
it.
to do.
Yeah, like, man.
I saw his profile when I went to report him.
That's so embarrassing. Like, that's crazy. Dude wants to be like a young child. That's so crazy. You should know better.
I would have got it done faster, but we had been having so many conversations with people who are actually, talking to us instead of just acting like nuts. So I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it either, but yeah, he was it's like when you least expect it. My guys are being crazy. The cat tries to jump up on Nova's back and ride her around.
Oh my goodness.
One of the dogs. It's really funny. We don't have any other guests right now. If anybody wants to come up, maybe we can do one more. Otherwise, I might just end the stream. We had like over 25 conversations today, so that's really good. Let's see. Damn, Nova, what are you doing? She wants to chew on my water jug. Excuse me.
He's back.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties today too. 1, 2, 3. We had 3 people that aren't vegan that said that they were gonna look into some more information. We had like 4 different people that were vegan that came up. Unfortunately, we had a lot of trolls. A couple people that were like kind of in the middle, so hopefully they come around eventually. But am I still frozen?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird because I'm only having this issue with TikTok. I'm on YouTube also, and that apparently is fine. So I don't know if it's a TikTok thing or what, but don't blame me. Take the cap so she doesn't chew on it. All right. Yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow. What am I doing tomorrow? I'll have a little bit of time tomorrow, so. Oh, looks like we might have one last minute guest. Oh, Two-Spirit. Another friendly.
May I say one last thing about service dogs?
Of course.
Because the service dog industry exists, even though it is so incredibly financially inaccessible, also if you apply to one of the few organizations that will give you one for free, the wait list is about 6 years. People and government entities use that to say, well, disabled people don't need other resources like funding for one-to-one caseworkers and things like that because service dogs exist, even though not only are there all of the ethical issues with the dogs themselves, but then disabled people aren't getting the care that they need or the funding or resources that they need because, like, oh, well, they could just go spend, you know, tens of thousands of dollars on a service dog, which most people don't have. So it exists as justification to deny disabled people other access and resources.
Yeah, there's an app you can download where you can help visually impaired people like see. I guess I'm not sure exactly how it works. I downloaded it once. I don't know if I finished applying for it or not, but yeah, like you can help. You know, some people that can't really see very well, like they maybe if they go to the store and they're trying to like read some labels or something and they can't make out what it is, they can get on the app and request help from somebody, and then like if you want to help them, like you'll get a notification and you do like a video call and answer their questions.
For a second, yeah, my daughter's on that app, and she says that no one has asked her, but yeah, I've seen it too. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm not having issues like this. Thanks for coming up, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you to all the people that came up, were open-minded. I don't know.
Take care, Jake.
All right. See you.
See you later, Remy.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye. See you later.
Man, the technical difficulties are such a pain. And I can't tell, like, normally, hey, she's just like tearing off these caps to my water jugs. Now I don't have any water jugs. Oh my God, Nova. Yeah, normally it'll say like your connection isn't stable. That was not coming up. It would just freeze, and I had no idea. So yeah, that's kind of frustrating. I wonder how much I was just like talking to myself there. Or I guess at least I'm talking to you guys. But we got over 1,000 viewers, 14 gifters, which was like $3, which is cool. Oh yeah, there was that one person that was send me a bunch of gifts. The vegan matriarch. Thank you. Go follow her on TikTok. She sent me some gifts. And then Justice, the guy Justice that talks about God and hunting, he sent me a lot of gifts too. So hopefully he just opens his mind up a little bit more, because he came in saying he's against abuse. You know, the way animals treated are horrible. But like, there's something stopping. Whoa, making a change. Nova just ran into the bins that I have my phone on. She knocked everything down. My attachment should be here today, so I can attach my other phone to my tripod, so they'll both be on one tripod. Yeah, so I'm on TikTok. And I was streaming it on here. So we also got 22 new followers on TikTok, so we're probably almost up to 300 followers in like, it's like over 250 followers in a week. That's kind of cool. It's really not that much, but you want to see the cat? Hi, kitty. And he's gone. Come here, buddy. Him and Nova are playing with each other, so they're just like running around. Let me turn this off. Meow. Okay, bye. Nova, what did you do? Meow. crazy. Meow. Nova, he's gonna get you. He's about to pounce on you. Yeah, Nova really likes the cat. They're best friends. Meow. It's gonna get you, Nova. See, and then he likes to run. Oh my god. He likes to run under the dresser. We can do. And he's in there. In the closet. Nova. Stop acting superior to Jesus. That's a funny comment. Alright, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go switch the dogs out. Novo, you're getting into so many things. Peace. Thanks for the gifts. I see there was a couple of gifts over here too. I don't think I saw them in real time, did I? Who sent some gifts? The happy poop and the star. Thanks, Bob Hill. Are you still here? Appreciate it. See you. Nova. Nova, you want to say bye? She's trying to get under the dresser. Nova. She's busy. See you, everybody.